Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Computex 2016 CPX conference. Before this morning's program begins, I would like to remind you of a few things. Video photography and audio recording are not permitted during the first keynote speech by Vito DeBari. 因为讲者 Vito DeBari 要求保护智慧财产权，今天早上第一场演讲不开放录音或录影。我们还请现场所有贵宾能够协助配合。我们同时也请各位贵宾用这个时间来看看您的手机是否已经关机或者是调为震动模式。同时我们也提醒各位来宾，于今日演讲结束之后能够协助填写问卷，以您的手机扫描名牌上的 QR code 就能够上网填写。And we would also like to remind you to please fill out the questionnaire of the conference toward the end of today's program. You can access the questionnaire by scanning the QR code on the back of your name badge with your cell phone. 今天的演讲即将开始，请现场所有贵宾尽速就座。Once again, this morning's program will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Computex 2016 CPX conference. Today's speakers from DAY2 Innovation Design, Hardware Track, and ABB Robotics will talk about harnessing the power of disruptive innovation to create new solutions that challenge established competitors and eventually increase accessibility and affordability for a much larger population. And ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart this morning's program, let us invite Mr. Walter Ye, Executive Vice President of Taitra, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Let us put our hands together and give him a very warm welcome.
Honorable speakers, Vito DeBari, Lucas, Mr. Wyatt, Steve Wyatt, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. 大家早安。On behalf of organizer of Computex Taipei CPX conference, I would like to welcome all of you to join today's conference, and also extend my great appreciation to the speakers who have traveled so far to Taipei. Computex celebrates its 36th anniversary to this year, and it transferred from a computer show to a computing show. We have new positioning as a building partnership for internet computing ecosystem this year. And we have 4 things, as you know: IoT application, business solution, innovation and startup, gaming. That is our new 4th thing. And this year, we are so great that IoT application is so popular all around the 4 venues. And the Innovex exhibition areas in Hall 3, we have so many startups. We have 217 startups come join us this year. So it's a new look of our Computex. So Computex is in transformation, and we need your support to make Computex a real ICT platform for global internet ecosystem for internet computing. And today we are so great. We have top speakers from the world. First, I would like to introduce Vito De Bari from Italy. Vito De Bari is a famous innovation designer and also top 3 futurist in the world. He speaks everywhere in the most important ICT conference all over the world. He will tell us what is the future of our IoT application industry. And the next one is Lucas Wang. And Lucas Wang is from Hardware Track, a most important accelerator in Taiwan. He will tell us how the developments of startup today. And the last, but not the least, not the least, Steve Wyatt from ABB. ABB is the leading industrial robot and also smart manufacturing companies in the world. All 3 top speakers will share their insight on the industry. On today's topic is on disruptive innovation. So I don't want my colleague give me a long page of speeches, but I will not use too much of that time. I will share some of my time for them, for the top speaker to share with us. So thank you again for coming here and also enjoying today's conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. 我们请副秘留步，副秘，我们请您留步。我们接下来要照团体照。Next, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite all the 3 speakers for the morning session to please go on stage for group photos. Please help me welcome Vito De Bari, futurist and innovation designer, De Bari Innovation Design. Lucas Wang, CEO of Hardware Track. Steve Wyatt, Group Vice President, ABB Robotics. So gentlemen, would you please put your thumbs up for our photographers to capture more images and photos? Let's put our thumbs up. Dear guests of honor, thank you for joining us today. Thank you, Vito. Thank you, Lucas. And thank you, Steve. And once again, we would like to thank Walter Ye, Executive Vice President of Taitra, for joining us today. The first speaker of this conference will be Vito De Bari, futurist and innovation designer, De Bari Innovation Design. Vito De Bari was the innovation designer for the World Expo 2015 and executive director at United Nations UNESCO in Paris. Vito has published 11 books on innovation and hosted the show Live from the Future on Discovery Channel. Named Big Thinker 2014, he's considered the thought leader of the design and architecture movement, neo-futurism. According to Harvard Business School, Vital is one of the 3 most influential futurists in the world, along with John Naisbitt and Alvin Toffler. Without further ado, I will now turn the program over to Vital. Lucas is the CEO of Hardware Track, the largest global platform for hardware innovators and industry. Hardware Track provides online planning and team collaboration tools, supply chain management services, and channels for global market expansion. Before Hardware Track, Lucas founded TMI, Taiwan Mobile Innovation, which makes early-stage investments and incubates promising entrepreneurs. More than 16 startups have been incubated through the support of TMI, E-Tree, and WI Harper. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Lucas on stage.
And thank you all. This is no pressure at all after the speech of such a wonderful one, Dr. Barati. And allow me to say this. Steve, do you want to go on the stage first? I'll buy you a coffee. Yes, let me bring the other angle of the how we perceive this kind of innovations. As a common practice, let me bring you this macro view of the IoT market. Sorry, this is a little bit traditional, not so many videos included. Everything could be smart, and the new brands, customers are emerging from everywhere. This is what we see in the macro view. And I think it's nice for the first time that those intelligent institutions, research centers, big names, they have a good consensus. The IoT is the way, okay? Every time I show this to my clients or our partners, when they see this $1 billion market size, they will say, yes, that's a good trend. And I will say thank you to them. But the problem is after that, I get the macro view of the market. I can see the numbers, but what happened next? How can I find my opportunities in these sectors, in this huge market? This is a very good chart. I always use this chart. He kind of divided the market into two sectors. One, the internet. The other one, the thing. Okay, this is very easy to understand. So you can see under these two segments, and then there are lots of applications which is across different kind of the collaboration of functions, features, and services. So it's a totally different market than we perceive as the age of the PC or notebook, or even phone. So the next one would be say, okay, where should we go? And I would say every segments, all the applications get impact. I believe the professor already expressed lots of this insights already. So I'm not going to repeat this one. And the follow-on, I like to use a couple cases or projects that to elaborate a little bit about the IoT, the future, and then what people think about the IoT. I'm not going to talk about the technologies. I'm not going to talk about what kind of chipset or sensors they are using. I'm trying to talk about people starting about the IoT from the different angle, from the service angle. The first one, people now start to rethink about how they can manage their time, okay? Because time's money. I kind of want to manage my wallet, and then now people want to manage my time. How to do this? For example, last night I should be busy preparing this PowerPoint, the slide speech, but instead I kind of stuck with the Game of Thrones, the latest episode, 2 hours. I didn't even notice that because when I see the latest one, I forgot what happened for the last episode. So I went back to see the other one. So I totally forgot that I only have 3 hours after work to prepare this PowerPoint, but I spent 2 hours on the TV. So these kind of applications that remind me I should do what I value the most. And then there's a small gadgets on the desktop. You can see how many time I spend it on phone, or how many time I spend it in the meetings. This is a very good way of manage your money. The second one, the pets. Yes, we treat them like our families members, but one of the issue is how much time you can spend on your pets. So people think about that. I can get an auto feeders. I make sure they get food and water, but that's just the beginning, right? We treat them as family, not a pet anymore. So we want them to be happy, and then we want them to interact with us remotely. So there are lots of the so-called pet bots, pet toys, smart toys, that we can spend time with our pets when we're traveling outside them. So this is something very useful for me, for example. But in the future, maybe we need to think about that. When I go home, I call my dog, say, hey, buddy, come in. Maybe he will go to the robot directly, just right past me, because the robot plays with him a little bit more, right? That's possible. The next, fertility trackers. On the right side is the traditional way. We have to track, I'm sorry, not we. I don't need to track. My wife has to track, or your wife has to track about the temperature or any kind of things, and then take pills, and to make sure that this is the right timing, we can have a baby. Okay? This is a very traditional way. And then you have to keep the very precise records, and then you cannot miss any month. Otherwise, it will be very tough. So there are a couple of the small gadgets right now. It's wearable things, or it's just attached to your skins, that you can allow you to see when is the best timing to get the baby. So next time, maybe my phone will ring, the apps. Just remind me, say, tonight is the night. Be ready. Okay? We give you 24 hours notice. And we think about the self-driving cars. People talk about self-driving cars all the time. Google, Apple, and then we need to, like our government tells us, we need to build this industrial supply chain. But for what? For what purpose? For what kind of user scenario? Yes, it's a driverless car. It's a car without drivers. Yes, not just state the need of technologies. So what we really need looking for, one of the reasons is the designated driver. I love my car, but today, maybe I don't want to drive it. Could I have somebody to drive it? But I still want to keep my car. Okay, this is although we have the Uber, but you know, when this is traffic is a hot traffic hours, Uber will charge you double or triple, right? So they're asking for lots of money. And then you can see the other guy on the right side, that's the dude, slept in his car, Tesla. This is a big news recently in the highway. It just like a slept all the way, I don't know, for an hour or something, and then get photo by the others. Do you want that? Yes. I want to sleep in my car. So this is my purpose. I want the driverless car. The next one, the baby. We all want to track our baby's health status. And then we see lots of the devices already. And then some of them, like using a bell, using a baby jacket, or he put a huge sensor, it's almost as big as the baby's head, next to the baby. They want to detect the health status of the baby. But we don't think that's a very good user scenarios, because you don't want to put anything inflammable or with huge like RF signals next to your baby's brain, right? We just have the study to show that use too much phone and they make you a little bit like, okay. So instead, if you want to make your baby get early educated of the RF wave, so you can try something else. This is one of my favorite. We all got the elders, and then we all got the elders with a little bit like a disease or health problem. One of the key issues is, of course, reminding him to take pills, or what kind of pills, or did he take that, or did he not, or what happened. So we saw lots of the solutions on the market. Even today, I saw somebody using the robotic, and then to remind the elder to take the pill. But at the end, did he take the pill or not? I don't know. I love this device. It's called Hero, because it's like a little bit vending machine. So you put on the desktop, and then he will drop the pills into the small cups. And then when your elder, your grandma or my grandma, take the pill, and then he will know it. And if she forget it, the pill stays there. And then she will know she did not take it. So some of those kind of key scenarios, we're seeing that people start to thinking about how to improve the life from the behavior side. I love Hollywood. Hollywood movies, they always teach us lots of things. They don't care about technologies is there or not. They kind of put us into a very good scenario about how we can utilize technologies. This is one of my favorite movie, Aliens, Prometheus. In the movie, they into this cave or something, and then they want to scan this whole internal structure or something first. So he used this drone and then throw away, and then drone to go away, go around this cave, and then scan the whole structure back. This is very fantastic. When I saw this movie, I would say, I will buy one to scan my restroom and bathroom or something. I don't know, but I want that one. So the right-hand side, that's the indoor drone. I love that. The reason why, I can touch that. I can hit on this drone. It's okay, still keep flying. And then he gives me the relaxed, the feeling of comfortable using drone indoor. How many of you have drone or play with that here? Oh, ouch. Okay, just one. Thank you. Thank you. Get the tips here. Okay. Yeah, I always a little bit afraid of drone because it feels like something like killing machine and then will cut my head off or something. But this kind of devices is very good for indoor. And then next, of course, the Iron Man things. The professor, which is gone, and then he just showed us about lots of the VR, AR. To me, I'm not a super big fan of VR because one, I don't play game anymore. The second one, I have these glasses. I cannot wear the contactless lens. And the third one is I'm already busy with this world. I don't have time for the other virtual world. So I want something to help me to deal with this world, which means it's a physical world. I need some device can help me to analyze this, to provide information to me of this world. Anything happen here, the device can help me. We just have this keynote speech in earlier last month, and then one of the key person building this give us very good live demo. Although I know this guy for 2 years who built this VR glasses, but when you see it in person, it's amazing. It totally changed my mind. I feel like an Iron Man. So how can we catch up with these innovations? Some people will say Industry 4.0. I will say, yes, I agree. Let's go check on that. The definition of the 4.0, this is not from me for reference. This is from Wikipedia. So Industry 4.0 basically says something like smart factory, in connecting dots, and the decentralized of decisions, and then connect all the infrastructure or sensors to your facilities. This is very good. We love that. This is something we should do, but we need to find out the purpose of doing this, or the goal. If you build a very good factory, who are you going to serve? I used this photo from the left-hand side. That's industrial revolution in 18th centuries, right? And then people starting to build the auto machine with the steam. And for the first time, they don't think that they need to put a real person, adult, in the factory. Instead, they just send the kids. That's nice. I don't need to hire an adult to supervise all the productions. Sounds a little bit familiar, right? Today, in a very advanced factory, you probably don't need to send people in the factory anymore. But then, after you have this factory, think again, what happened after the last industrial revolution? We produce so many stuff, so fast. So then, people have to break into other country and then say, hey, I want to sell you stuff, so I break yours first, so you can buy mine, replace that. So remember of the history. We built so many stuff, so fast, so good, and then we can never find a market to sell them. Okay? So, Industrial 4.0, yes, we need it. And then yes, think again, what's the goal? What do you like to achieve? This is a slide, I'm sorry, should be only understood here locally. Our government, or manufacturing-related countries' government always think like this. Industrial 4.0 or IoT is an industry. Wait, we don't have government officials here, right? Raise your hand if you are from governments. The door is that way, please. And then they always tell us, say, it's an industry. It's a new industry. So we need to build another science park. We need an IoT science park. We need a biotech science park. We need a e-vehicle science park. We need a science park. But the other way around, think about that. Do we? The photo on the right, anybody recognize this place? Oh yeah, from Peru, Machu Picchu. Yes, the most famous deserted city, right? Because it built in the wrong place, it built in a certain kind of things that only certain kind of companies can afford it because it's against a little bit nature or the resource distributions. So, should we start in building the science park again? This kind of concept is a little bit old. It's for Silicon Age. Yes, Silicon Age, we have lots of investments, and then those machines cannot be moved easily. And then we know we need those kind of the park. Yes, this is a very successful story 20 years ago. But for now, should we build more? Probably a couple years later, I don't need to travel to Peru to see the most desert cities or the science park. I may just go to Taoyuan, right? What we try to point out here is learn your customers. You have to learn the dynamic of the business. We have the new customers profile, the new way to deal business. So let's learn that a little bit. Innovations are coming from different, mindsets. Traditionally, it's coming from very well-trained people. They know everything about technology, process, productions. Very good. So that's why we have very good notebook, very good servers, handsets. But now, it's the internet age. Those innovations are created by different mindset. I'm not saying which is good, which is bad, but it's just different. So you have to understand that your customers right now, although they work as the same factory, the shape as we do, but they treat things differently. They have different mentalities. So should we serve our traditional way to serve these new customers, or do we need to find a new way to understand them and then serve them differently? I would say the later one. There's the data. Let me show you. 2007, the approximate around 10 years ago. I'm also from this age. I'm familiar with this kind of things. So if I sell something to one of those guys, say Alienware, I don't even know what's the brand of that. Anyone here knows the brand of that? I don't even recall. Oh, wow, okay. If I sell them, I can, in Taiwan, I probably will get a good margin. I sell the servers, I sell components, I sell the ODM to them. If I get Lenovo or Acer, I can go IPO here. Woohoo! If I can serve the third one or the fourth one, even Toshiba and Sony, I will be the king. That's in 2007. This is how we do business then, right? The whole market, the 94% of the market, the PC, are dominated by big brands. So what we should do is go get them. And then that's for the rest of 10 years, that'll be fine. And it is true. I have to say that. It is true. But for the future, in 2016, the first quarter, you can see 42% of a smartphone are built by the smaller brands or the brands who has less than 5% of ownership, which means it's very small. And then for the wearable, 46% are built by the smaller brands or smaller companies. So think again. Your customers, you can still try to work with the big names. Of course, everybody wants to work with the Apple. But in the future, you need to accumulate another pool of customers. You need to learn from the new ones, from the emerging companies. That's the IoT world. This is a very good example. Fitbit, right? They spend 6 or 7 years from nothing to go IPO, and then now they kind of almost equally with the Apple. So if you look at this, is this a traditional hardware company? No, it's not. It built 10 different models, totally different, in 5 years. It's not too much in terms of when we talk about the PC. But they have the one service, always the one service. Manage your health, right? The service is not how to track your exercise. No, it's not. It's not service. The service is how do I manage my health? How can I improve that? So Fitbit gives us a very good demo. No matter what kind of devices, so you can see different kind of devices here, but only one service they offer. I don't care what kind of watch, which hardware you use from them, or what kind of wearable you use from them. You always enjoy the same services, which is improve your health. And then think about it from the PCM. Our PC business, we build 4 different models per year. But do we offer service? No. When we sell the cell phone, when we sell the PC, when we sell the notebook to our clients, our relationships end. So what we try to do is we try to build a better, faster, thinner notebooks every year, every quarters. And we forgot about why people need notebook, why people need PCs. Here is a very ugly chart. We try to analyze the service, the core of this kind of wearable companies. Now, today, you can see this clearly. Device are only the mean to touch with your customers, to get into real physical interaction with your customers. The phone is more like controller or dashboard. It teaches you the basic informations. But the core is the service. Without the service, without the brand, okay? Lots of people say, hey, I can build IoT stuff, but the service, we can think about that later. So if they build very good device and build the phones, apps, they put it on the cloud, they call it IoT. It's not. You can see there's a news coming already out there. Fitbit is going very well, but Jawbone is not. Can you tell the difference from Jawbone and Fitbit? Anyone? I would say servers. I used both of them's products. Jawbone is very nice design, fabulous, trendy. I love that. But it's just like a cloth. I used it for a quarter, I'd give it away. And then I don't attach to the service. But Fitbit, yes. It teaches me, give me my health status information, and then he offers the classes or how to make myself better. Let me show you a little bit video from the supply chain side. People are using different kind of technology, or they're using different kind of mindset to build a product right now. So the video, please. Thank you.
The single biggest challenge for designers and engineers is really just being on the same page, which is really key to making better decisions and better products overall. It's really just communication.
Autodesk has a great mission where we try to help imagine, design, and create a better world.
Tools like HoloLens, together with Fusion 360, it's a single environment where you can explore your idea and share it out.
Because of the tools that designers and engineers have, they have to do this silo approach. What the HoloLens is bringing is the ability for those two worlds to coexist.
It transforms the way people interact.
Yeah, you can see that there's people building the hardwares remotely, online, virtually, and then he just mentioned one of the keywords, communication and collaboration. So when you think about that in the future, people are building products like this. So what happened next? How we can serve this kind of the creators? I'm not too sure this robot is from ABB, so. Okay, thank you. So then, give you a little bit small, quick summary. So what we perceive of the market in the future of the IoT. 50% of the IoT companies, innovations are coming from smaller brands. This is what we perceive. And then the composition of the innovators are from different fields. It's not just hardware guy, software guy, it's from service, from anybody else. Anybody can have some ideas about IoT. And then you cannot ignore about the way of the retail and how the e-commerce doing this today, how they impact back to the supply chain end. I will tell a little bit about that later. I only have 10 minutes left. So supply chains now, I have to say that we are not so connected with the internet. We are using internet, but we are not so connected. So we kind of offer this kind of new idea. Supply chain service 4.0. This is not something from our end. This is also from Germany, of course. Every good stuff coming from Europe, especially the supply chain manufacturer end. So it's a strategy. It's a strategy to enable this digital communication and collaboration between the supply chain when they are trying to evolve into the IoT 4.0 and the rapid innovation demand of productions, the rapid realization of innovations. The both ends are speeding up for the change. But the way they communicate between each other are not. This is a gap we have mentioned. You just hear the professor talking about the future, the demand. It's very nice. I love that. We call it demand. Demand end, yes, we have very good innovation on there. And then I believe that later on we will see how the Industry 4.0 to change the supply chain, to change the factory. Very good. Demand, supply, what do we miss? Where's the convergence? How to convert the true demand become technical spec? Or how can I convert the demand into the way we design the manufacture, into the way we scheduling our productions, how to use our machines, or how to allocate our resource from the factory end. This is how we do business now, on the right-hand side. We go to the trade show. Oops. Yeah, we are in the trade show. We go to the trade show, of course. There's still a couple of them, very good, like Computex, CES. And then we communicate with our clients by emails. We try to track our sheets by Excel. We try to advertise. We try to promote our service by magazine, or some of them using Ali. This is the traditional way. And then we spend most of the time to visit our customers to make sure what they want is really what they want. And then what they want is really what we can serve. We spend lots of time doing this. But in the future, how can we catch up with that? Connecting dots. Collaboration. I got this also learned from the professor. We need to have the read lines. I put the Chinese under the English part, but it's not that totally fit. But this is something we try to talk to people. What do we need to catch up the both speed from the both worlds? Open, collaborate, and internet. That's simple. First one, what were you looking for? Real-time collaboration. This is not just real-time collaborate with our clients, but it's also from your suppliers and the vendors or the downstream partners you have. How can we bring all the guys to work together on one place virtually and then work together? For example, if I'm doing something design, I'm design house, IDH. Can I have the chipset guys working together on my stand, and then he can understand the demand of the customers in the future so he can provide the new feature of the chipset? He can. And then can I also work with my mechanical design houses to make sure that, like the video, my design, the double E part design can totally fit into the mechanical parts. And then can I have the Foxconn guy, the factory guy, in this platform at the same time, and then they can make sure that they can build this stuff. Or if something happens, they can talk to someone immediately, to all. That's the first one, real-time collaboration. The second one, the merge of the outside innovations. How can we leverage the genius idea outside our world? Okay, there are lots of the good startups, good teams outside. You can leverage their mindset to improve what you're doing here. The third one, the open internal solutions. This is our traditional, yes, this is Computex. You can see lots of people demo their solution, 解决方案. And then you will start to think about how can I use the solutions? Anybody can give me some examples. Can I build an ecosystem on that? If anyone knows Pebble here, raise your hand. Pebble Watch. Oh, only a few of them, okay. Pebble Watch is so good at that, not just they have very good design of the smartwatch. They designed a beautiful smartwatch that can last a week. But also at the very first beginning, we know the founder, and then he's starting to build an ecosystem that can work with his watch at the very early stage. The fourth one, application visibilities. If you're good at building the e-car, good at building the smart home, you should build your visibility in these applications, which means these application sectors, market, players. You should have your presence there. You should have your brand, your capabilities out there, and tell people that if you try to build something in this healthcare, come to me. The final one is the most important one, internet. Internet lies. I cannot find the verb for this. How do you get yourself on the internet? Today, the world, if you don't have the voice on the internet, basically you are not exist, right? Think about your customers. Think about your partners. They all have large, very loud voices on the internet. What about you? So this is just an example. What we try to help here is, on the right-hand side, this is a traditional way when we talk about the supply chain, the Tesla supply chain. You can Google that. You will find the list for each components who made it, who built it for that Tesla. Yes, this is very nice. but think again. This is very traditional. It's like a yellow page. If I am the client, I want to build an e-car, this is the way information I can get. Wow. This is like 10 years ago. Nothing changed. But in the future, can we improve them? Yes, like I just mentioned. If the all Tesla-related supply chain members are on one place or on internet, and then you can work with them at the same time. Think about it, how much time you can save to build an e-car like Tesla. This is why the China companies are a little bit stronger here today, because they connect with each other tightly. Not like physically, but also intellectually, internet. A little bit brief introduction of the hardware track, why we have this kind of insight, or why we have this kind of the concept. The platform we build is a B2B platform. It's easy to understand. We bring different kind of people on the internet, on the platform, so they can share, or they can find the resource, and they can collaborate together. This is a very easy concept. So how are we doing? Right now on the platform, we have around 1,008 projects, 6,000 more. We got around 20 to 40 new projects on the platform every week. So that's why we have lots of the data to understand the demand side. On the supply chain end, we have around 10 supply chain experts coming on board, mostly coming from Taiwan, and the rest are coming from Shenzhen. And then soon we will have very strong partners coming from Japan. Well, we try to do this. Why? The supply chain is a huge world, and then they are not connected. And then people have different kind of the competition advantage. We like to bring all on the platform. The demographic, the people we serve, innovators, where are they? 45% coming from US, 25, today is 30. I saw the latest number from Europe. There are tons of the great ideas out there. Brief numbers, I'm not going to dig in. You can see that on the platform anytime. So what we offer to get people to enable this supply chain service, I keep emphasizing on the service, because this is a service business. So we help people, first of all, to find a good idea, to find the right people, to find the innovative projects for you, which match your capabilities, reduce the effort of the communication. The second one, promote. Keep saying this, our supply chain needs a little bit more promotion. More than trade show, more than computers, you should do more. Show yourself, find the right fit. The third one is the train. We're not going to release like on how big the market, what kind of applications sell, how many units. No, this is not. We will show you a little bit later how we can help them. This is the platform we try to build. We emphasize, again, open, collaboration, communication. The number we can show here. The report usually you get, say, they are 20 million Wi-Fi module sold last year. This is very good status. This is number of the past. Okay, those are the number of the past. This kind of the statistics we offer is the summary of the demand today. I just take one example. This is demand of the wireless requirements from all the projects we work with. As you can see, the personal pan stays high, everybody wants it. But recently, for the last 6 months, the Wi-Fi, the demand of Wi-Fi getting a little bit improved. Surprisingly, the WAN, the GSM networks, is also emerging. Why? You know why they're asking for like 2G modules right now, and then they pay a lot of attention and resources to improve that? No, M2M, machine to machine, industrial applications. Wi-Fi or Bluetooth is not good enough for the cover vast regions, and then it's not reliable enough. So people are starting to use the GSM networks. Again, this is something new. We love that. And then we have been on the market for 2 years. Those are distinguished, our partners give us some very good kind of feedback from Shenzhen, from Taiwan, and from the international brands. And we can give you a little bit brief examples about how we help the people to elevate it, to improve the service. This is a car review. One of the small manufacturers in Taichung or southern Taiwan, they build the toy stuff. And then now we help them to find IoT applications, and then they work with them. Very happy. They got improved, upgraded. This is the Kinglish. This is also the same. Very traditional suppliers. We help them to tag along with the IoT. T-scale. And you probably don't know, the measure of the weight is getting very hot recently. Why? Smart kitchen. Anything you needed in the kitchen, you need to weigh it first. This is an optical company, again, very traditional. So this is kind of example that we help to bring some projects here, and then some of the Taiwan's leading ODMs are collaborate with them. We love this kind of train. And the last one is, we welcome you for any further inquiries. You can go online, or you can talk to us, or you can use the QR code to follow us. Okay, that will be all my sharing today. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas, for joining us this morning. And today's third speaker will be Stephen White, Group Vice President, ABB Robotics. In his current role, Stephen is the head of marketing and sales for ABB's robotics business unit worldwide, with responsibilities including industry marketing, key account management, and product management. Stephen has spent the last 15 years working with companies around the globe in industries ranging from automotive through aerospace to consumer electronics to help them add value to their products and processes. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Stephen on stage.
Good morning, everyone. Still hanging in there? So, I'm originally from Scotland. I will do my best to hide my Shrek and my Braveheart accents today. So hopefully it's understandable for everyone. And today we'll also talk about some disruptive technologies from the world of robotics. So a little bit from a different angle again to the other two speakers. But maybe a couple of questions to start with. So how many of you are actually working in companies that have robots? One or two. But most of them are working with me, so that doesn't really count. So, okay, so then none of you actually have any, none of you have responsibility. Okay, so now I can throw my presentation away, right? What about anybody have robots at home? Okay, one or two. Actually, yeah, Vito's not here, so I can tell this story. But when I was growing up in Scotland at the end of the 70s or the 80s, the first time I heard about a robot was an Italian car company called Fiat. Maybe you've heard of these guys. And he brought out a very fast and a very sexy car. And they created a nice campaign, but unfortunately some creative Scottish guy, he actually changed the words a little bit. So the campaign became, remember this is the end of the 70s and the start of the 80s, designed by computer, built by robot, and driven by idiots. But I haven't really figured out if the idiots were the Scottish people or the Italian people, so I was hoping that that Vito could help me, but maybe not. Anyway, what I would like to talk about, as I said today, give you a little bit of introduction, since I see some people are not so familiar with robots, about our company, what it does. Talk a little bit about what robots are. I will talk mainly about industrial robots, so these are not robots that you will find in people's homes. And talk a little bit, Lucas had a word as well, collaborative or collaboration. This is one of the disruptors today as part of the factory of the future and smart manufacturing. And then we talk about the other main piece which robots are contributing to, which is around digitalization, some people calling the Internet of Things, and just this general ecosystem. So if I actually get started, I won't make it too complex. A lot of people think that big companies are relatively complicated and can sometimes be difficult to explain. But what we actually do at ABB is really pretty simple. A factory needs a power in order to run. And in order to run efficiently and productively, it needs automation. And in order to be flexible, it needs robots. And ABB can do all three of these things for you. Really very simple. We are 135,000 people across the world. And if we look from a geography perspective, almost 40% of our business is here in Asia, a little bit under 30 in the US. And our home country, ABB, was a merger between two European companies, one in Sweden and one in Switzerland. So headquarters in Zurich, and about 100 countries we are present in today. One of them being, of course, here in Taiwan, which leads me a little bit into that next slide. So ABB Robotics, which is a part of the larger ABB group, has been actually around for 42 years. So I don't know if we're 42 years old or 42 years young, but we have been here for 42 years. And for almost 30 of these, we have been here in Taiwan. I would say that we recognized pretty early a lot of the manufacturing know-how in this country, for which you are all very famous, and also the opportunity for robots, as well as particularly for the consumer electronics industry. And today, actually, the robotics piece of ABB, thanks to some of my colleagues at our team here, is the largest business that we have here in Taiwan. I would say, like everything else, we're of course here in Taipei, but as many people in the southern part of Taiwan would say, there is more to Taiwan than just Taipei. So our philosophy has always been that we try to be close to customers. We have, of course, a presence here in Taipei for obvious reasons, and then spread out across the rest of the island, if I can put it that way, in order to be closer to some of the sites that we have throughout Taiwan. If I talk a little bit about robots in general, as I said, I ask a little bit at the start, not to joke and not because I look for sales opportunities, although that I can do as well, but simply because I like to understand a little bit what people know about robots and how best to talk to you. So I think what we will often talk about from an ABB perspective is we talk about robots being used principally for productivity, for quality are many of the reasons that people start to use. But we like to talk about tasks or jobs, which we will typically refer to as being 4D. So we say that if a task is dangerous or delicate or dirty or dull, meaning boring, then that's something that's good to give to a robot. It's not the best use of a person's time. Person has what we call cognitive skills. They are a lot smarter than robots today, and better to actually, what we talk about, elevate the nature of work. We give the dirty stuff to the robot, and we actually allow the people to do the tasks where they can add some more value. So that's a little bit how we look at it. Robots have their strengths, people have their strengths. If we put them together, we get a win-win solution for everyone. If I talk a little bit about numbers, just to give people a sense of perspective where we are today. This is data from something called IFR, the International Federation of Robotics. They gather data on the robotics market in general. And we talk industrial robots. So some people had robots at home. I don't now talk about a robot that does the vacuum cleaning. I don't talk about a robot to clean anyone that has a swimming pool. And I don't talk about robots that are going to bring you coffee. I talk about robots that work in factories. There were 240,000 of them shipped in the world last year. Might seem a little bit small number. I know you people in Taiwan are used to big things, right? 1.4 billion smartphones, 290 million PCs, 240 million tablets. But so 240,000 might seem like a small number. However, if I think I came to this business in 2010, The year before I came, 2009, there were 60,000 industrial robots. It was also a tough year. It was a crisis in the world. But you can see that actually the business has been growing very fast over the last few years. And for some of the reasons I will talk to you about today, we also think that it will continue to grow very quickly in the future. Just so you have a little bit of a feeling for where these robots go, historically many robots went into the automotive industry, so that's the 41% you see at the bottom here. Electrical, which includes consumer electronics, is next. It's actually the fastest growing part. And then we have other areas such as the metals industry, plastics, and food and beverage, which are catching up quite quickly. What you see on the top line here, some of these symbols, the so-called applications, what the robot is doing, what is the actual task. So this MH or MT, it actually stands for material handling, so taking parts and moving them around, or machine tending, where it's basically tending or serving or helping a machine in order to do its job. Welding, so things like spot welding and arc welding, or laser welding more recently, as well as assembly, putting things together. So much for the market. You might ask a little bit, yeah, so what's a robot got to do with the factory of the future? What does a robot do with smart manufacturing? Well, I think actually if you look at what's happening in manufacturing in general and also in consumer electronics, is you see this change from what I call low mix and high volume, so where there's not so many products made and you made as many as possible. Manufacturing changes a lot because people don't want to have the same thing. They want to have different things and they want to have it now as usual. So we changed to this so-called high mix and low volume. And if you think about what the factory of future will need, it need to be flexible. It's also one of the reasons why robots are referred to as flexible automation. They are able to do different things. And it will be characterized by what I call collaboration and digitalization. And I come and talk a little bit about how robots fit in there and why we believe they will be a very big part of this so-called ecosystem, as one of my colleagues referred to. So, what does a robot look like today for those that are not familiar? And why do we really care? Well, to me, I think it's a little bit like investing in the stock market. If you want to think like Vito about the future, it's sometimes good to know where you stand today. It doesn't mean that just because you make money today that you make money tomorrow, but it's good to know where you are. And if we look at this typical robot installation today, you can see that it has safety barriers and zones, so it's behind a fence. It tends to sit in a fixed place in the factory, and it tends to do a fixed task. It can do other things, but compared to perhaps an ideal world, or compared to what I will show you next, it's a relative fixture in the plant that doesn't really move around so much. People tend to use it to do similar things, because if you want to take it and move it around, then you have to take down the fences, you have to move the robot, you have to reinstall it, you put the fences back up, and you start again. So, where does this collaboration thing come from? Well, what we started to see a little bit about 5 years ago, and comparing a little bit to the standard installation, is that if you think about some of the factories that were designed by many people in this room or in this country, so many Taiwanese companies that started to create many factories in China, we started to see a change in the labor market about 4 or 5 years ago. So people started to come to us and say, look, you know, we struggle a little bit to find qualified people to run our factories. If we find them, we struggle to pay them. And if we're able to pay them, we struggle to keep them because somebody else is trying to steal them. And we start to get a little bit of a problem. I have been to Taiwan many times, so I don't need to try to, in Scotland we would say, to teach my granny to suck eggs. But if we talk about, shall we say, Chinese New Year, if I can use that term, many of these factories in the mainland, where maybe there are sometimes 10, 20, 30, 40,000, sometimes more employees, companies tell me often 10 or 15% of their workers, they don't come back. Or maybe they come back, but they go to work for somebody else. I even hear some numbers, 40, 50%. And of course, if you have to start manufacturing on Monday morning or on Sunday night or whenever you start, and suddenly you have 1, 2, or 3,000 workers that are missing, you have a little bit of a problem. So our customers started to come to us and say, look, we have a little bit of an issue. Today, if we do everything the way it should work today, we have to put a robot into a cage. But actually, if we look at a lot of activity we do, which is assembly, there's a lot of manual work involved. We cannot put a robot in a cage and work together with a person. But if we don't have enough people, we would like to have a robot that can work together with people so we can manage these peaks. So can you help us with that, was basically their question. And actually, when we started to talk to these people, we found that, as usual, different people meant different things. So when we talked about collaboration, as you will see here, some people actually simply meant that we would be able to have shared tasks and workspaces, as you can see the gentleman here. Well, no need for barriers or separation zones. Other people just wanted something that was rather lightweight, that you can get up and running quickly, and if you change, you move around. Others, if you see the little, it's actually a German lady here, under easy to program. Other people just simply want something that they can use skills that they have already from everyday life in order to be able to program quickly. And people in general just look for something which was rather simple. They look for something which is not just a robot, but a solution. So a robot together with a hand or a gripper, together with a camera, some vision, and feeding systems that they can just set up and start without having to worry about fences or infrastructure or safety barriers. So what we actually came up with in order to solve this first problem in what we call collaboration, or part of the puzzle of the factory of the future, is something that we call YUMI. So YUMI stands for you and me, the world's first truly collaborative robot working together. And as you can see again from the frozen pane from that picture, YUMI is something which is easy to use. It's very lightweight. Like me, it has quite a lot of padding. So if you touch the robot when it moves, it will absorb any impact. If you touch it a little bit harder, it will stop. And then you just go to your tablet, and you can start it again, and it will start from exactly the same point where it stopped. So no need to start the activity again. It can safely interact with people, and it's very easy to use. So this was our solution to people that wanted to have robots that could actually fit into the same space as people in a manufacturing line. So if after Chinese New Year some people don't come back, maybe had a little bit too much baijiu to drink during the holidays, then we have a robot that's able to help to manage these peaks. So, as you can see, we were very happy with how YUMI was appreciated by our customers, but we also got some visits from rather important people. I realize, of course, that you now have a new president in Taiwan, but we had a visit from the Taiwanese president last year. I don't actually know if the new president has met YUMI, and I don't know if she has one in her office. But what I do know for sure is that our robot safety concept is working very well, because the former president, he still has 10 fingers. So he was able to shake hands with the robot, nothing happened. He still has 10 fingers. And then, of course, more recently, we had a large industrial exhibition in Germany, where the lady on the left, as you look, is Angela Merkel, the German Chancellor. I think the gentleman to her left, so to your right, President Obama. So YUMI has been making friends with quite a lot of rather famous people. And we are very happy that it is helping to showcase some of the things that disruptive robot technology can actually do. But it's my job to sell and to market, so of course it's easy for me to tell you a little bit what happens. What I would like to do is just show you now a rather quick video where you can see how it's actually used at one of our customers. Yeah, so you have different ways that you can use the robot. Here you see it actually operating in a factory that's manufacturing electronic components for cars. And a little bit like the Taiwanese president, you see the gentleman whose hand gets touched by the component, but actually nothing is happening. So, and that is really the fundamental key. The challenge for us from a technology perspective is how can we have a robot that can work together with people, but without endangering in any way the safety. And at the same time, you can also take it, it can move, because the factory of the future, flexibility will be very important, and collaboration will be important. People don't want to have these fixed spaces. Things need to be more flexible in order to deal with the requirements from the market. And this kind of concept is something that will allow you to do that. So, what did we learn from all of this? If you think back a little bit to the robot installation that I showed you before, where everything was very fixed and everything was relatively static. If you look towards the installation of tomorrow, you will see there that we have something which is, first of all, has to be safe. It has to be able to collaborate. You are something that has to be, it will be connected to the cloud. Everything will basically be in a spirit of digitalization. Things will be integrated. It will be a solution. It will have some automated feeding systems that connect into it. And you will be able to use it, not necessarily on the industrial devices that are used today in order to control these things, but you can use the same tablet type thing that everyone has at home in order to operate these devices. So things move a little bit forward, and we have to also change with it. The good news is that when we create this kind of thing, we also create opportunities in the market. At the end of the day, we're all here to do business, and what you will see, and maybe there are some words here for non-robot people that I need to explain, but you will see that we will create some new applications in area like electronics assembly, in inspection, and in packaging. And without wishing to go through all of these, we will basically be creating new opportunities in areas like machine tending, where the robot is working together with the machine, and a person will have to come in on a regular basis, loading and unloading of certain pieces of equipment. And last but not least, actually, the reason why this robot was designed in the first place, it's what we call small parts assembly. So it was designed, basically, the robot itself is very accurate. It's actually accurate enough to be able to thread a needle. And the reason for that is because it was designed to work with small parts, which you often have here in Taiwan, some other countries close by, in electronics, capable of handling things up to about 1/2 kilogram. But in addition, you can also think of anything where rather small and detailed work is required. We have people that are looking at manufacturing watches. We have people that manufacture pens. And in addition, we have people that are doing the packaging of small and rather fine cosmetic products. So, as I said, you have to create some disruptive technology, but you also create a different opportunity in the market. The robotics market, as we saw, is already growing rather fast. But now we're actually able to increase that growth yet again. And I think from an ABB perspective, actually this collaboration theory is not really so new. On the left-hand side, you see something which I've called safe move software. Our traditional industrial robots, we can actually make them collaborative. So we can make them safe that the person can go in, do something, and come back. We have about 30,000 of these robots in the field over many years that are working. But then that's collaborative on one person's definition, because it tends to be in a fixed robot installation. It's not one that you can move around. So now we bring what we call Yumi, the dual arm robot. So this will enable us to be truly collaborative. This will enable us to work small, very portable, easy to use. And then on the right, you see the latest acquisition to what we have done. So it's a German company called Gomtech. They are also making a collaborative robot. In this particular case, what we in robotics industry call payload, so the weight that the robot can lift, is a little bit higher. For some areas, you require less accuracy and a little bit heavier, so some work in automotive factories, for example, and that is the next phase that we will move into as we move with our collaborative activities. And then, as I said before, it's all very well that I can tell you about how good or bad this is. The chart that you see here was actually created by Barclays Bank, an investment bank based in London in England. And Without going into all the details, if you think back to what I told you about the 240,000 robots in the world, in industrial robots, what's rather interesting here is that if you look at this chart, you will see that by the year 2021, Barclays are predicting that there will be as many collaborative robots, this 240,000, as there are industrial robots. And if we think about the speed at which everything moves today, yet another example. It took the industrial robot world 41 years to get to the 240,000 robots that we sold last year. And here in the next basically 5 or 6 years, Barclays expect we already have the same number of collaborative robots. So by making things easier to use, you make robots accessible to many more people, not just to the large factories we talked about for Yumi, but also to the people that have no experience. They don't have specialized robot programmers, but they do have smart people that are capable. And that means, of course, that the market automatically gets bigger. So that's a little bit the piece on collaboration. What I wanted to do now is to switch gears a little bit, if I can use that expression, and talk about the second pillar. Because what we firmly believe at ABB is that the factory of the future, the benefits we will really start to unlock if we can combine the collaborative aspects of robots together with what I would call digitalization. So connecting these robots into the broader manufacturing ecosystem. And if we're honest, I would say that what we really do is this Internet of Things. We have a different expression in ABB, which I come on to. This is something that we have in the home with all of our devices. We kind of take it for granted. And what we will now do is gradually move that into the industrial world and try to get as smart in the industrial world and as flexible as we are actually today as humans in our everyday life. So I'd like to talk about that, with your permission, for a little bit. Yeah, another Italian example for Vito, I would say. If you ever had any doubt as to the pace at which things are happening. If you look here, this was 2005. This was St. Peter's Square in Rome, 2 days after the Pope died. People waiting for news, trying to understand what was happening. And you look in 2013. Yeah. So I think a very visual demonstration of how quickly the world is actually moving. Any engineers in the room here? One. I don't believe you. Two. Still not so convinced. Okay. So I know engineers like numbers, right? I'm also an engineer, but I'm from the dark side. I'm a chemical engineer. So if we want to put it in numbers, I think that, yeah, we see there are 6.4 billion connected things today that will go to 20 billion. The good news or the bad news, depending on whether you're a PC manufacturer or a sensor manufacturer, for example, is that most of this traffic will not come actually from the PCs that we have traditionally been used to. It will typically come from sensors and everything else. And that sensor world is very much here to stay and will continue, and actually will help to generate a lot of the data that we then hope we can use in order to be much smarter about not only what we do as people, but what we do in the factories that many of us work in or have to manage. And maybe one other comment on what's driving this. I maybe shouldn't use the word driving when I have a picture of a car, but I think I stand here in Taiwan, in a country that has been extremely helpful in developing this market for us. So thank you very much. You guys have been very tough on all the people that are trying to make sensors for smartphones, make gaming consoles, make cars. And now we get it to the point where the cost of these is low enough that we can start to use this intelligence in our factories. And I'm just a simple guy. If I think about it in terms of what we actually plan to do, if you think a little bit about all the intelligent decisions that we make as humans, yeah, I remember when I first started to be a commercial guy, we had no GPS, we had no mobile phone, we had no internet. You go to visit customers, you used to get a map and a rental car, and that was kind of how you did it. Now, basically, you can look up, as we saw from Vito and Lucas, you can look up things on your phone. You can decide what's the best time to leave based on the traffic on the way home, what's the best train to catch, what's the best place to buy something. And that intelligence you can now start to apply to the factories, provided you're able to connect it up. Yeah? So this is very much this sensors and then connectivity, very much an enabler for the digitalization that we start to see happening, but of course still has some way to go, and that is an opportunity for us too. If we talk a little bit about what I call the connected factory of the future, in the same way that we learned as ABB that not everyone thinks that collaborative robots are the same, when we start to talk to people that use this technology, they also have a little bit, maybe not different ideas, but they just have a different perspective, a different angle. So if you go talk to an end customer, somebody that actually wants to buy things, in their mind they just simply have the ultimate paperless order, but in a B2B environment. They just simply want to let something go in their system, put it directly into your system, get it confirmed via the interconnected ERP systems, and then get it delivered. They don't want to touch anything. They want it to be very simple and painless. I try to think about this a little bit like an Amazon.com for B2B. So that's what end customers want to do, the people that are actually placing the orders. If I think about end users from a robot perspective, some of the people that actually have robots in their factories. I don't know how your companies are organized, but we at ABB, we have some customers that have roughly 400 factories throughout the world. And when I was a kid growing up, and when I had some jobs in summer at university, then you used to work maybe in a manufacturing line, and at the end of the day, people would get together, talk a little bit about their day, how it went, and try to talk about how it's possible to make it better tomorrow. And actually, these end users, they would like to do that with their robots. They would like their robots to be able to talk at the end of the day about how it went, and have a person then figure out how to do it better. But they would also like to be able to look at a robot that's making one part in Taipei and compare it with the same robot making another part in Sao Paulo, and be able to understand, can we learn something from one another? So this connected world and this digitalization is something that will help people to manage things all across the world. And then from a selfish perspective, as a robot supplier or a robot maker, what we would ultimately like to be able to do is to put a robot into a plant. The robot can then, if it's connected, the robot can download details from the web. The robot understands this is what I'm going to do, so it can start. And then as the robot gets experience of doing it, it can start to self-learn. It's not able to do this today, but it will be able to do this in a couple of years' time, where the robot actually sees what it's doing, understands that there's maybe a better way to do it, and is able to improve. But these robots will always have a supervisor, because the ultimate intelligence is human intelligence, and so the robots will help to provide better information to allow people that run these factories to make better decisions. And then maybe some buzzwords. You might hear some terminology. We even heard some today. Just to explain a little bit from a robot perspective how we see this. First of all, if it's not connected, we can all go home, right? It needs to be connected in order to transfer the data to what I call here this integration platform, my second box. Typically a cloud-based system which will allow us to gather all the data. And this connectivity and this platform we typically, from our perspective, refer to as IoT or Internet of Things. The next thing we have is something which a lot of people refer to as big data or data analytics. And this is basically at an equipment level, so at a robot level, that allow us to get smarter about how to use the robot better. And then if we talk about machine learning, this talks then more about at a line level or a plant level, so not just a robot, but beyond, and how we can actually better run our overall factories and make improvements there. So, as you can see, it's actually a relatively complicated ecosystem. And I talked a little bit about buzzwords. In ABB, we have one of our own, because actually we don't think that the Internet of Things is an adequate way to describe it. It describes some of it, but not all of it, in our opinion. So we actually talk about something called IoTSP, which stands for the Internet of Things, Services, and People. So things, I think, is very consistent with what people have described before. We talk about always connected, talk about having smarter robots, so we can have improved reliability. You can do that on one individual robot, but if you are, so you have car companies that often have 5, 10, 15,000 robots all across the world. You can do it up to all of those 15,000 robots, everything connected. These services, I don't remember if it was Lucas or Vito that talked about the fact that services are overtaking products. You have many services that derive from the products that we have installed, and this will give you intelligence across what we call the install base, the robots that work in factories, so we can reduce incidents, accelerate response times, and you can do all this at a click of a button. You can do all this from from wherever it is you are because you're always connected. And at the end of the day, people, right? I would say that everything always boils down to people. And what we try to do is to empower these people in order to make better decisions on how to build things, how to engineer them, and ultimately how to operate and maintain them. And again, if I go back a little bit, at ABB we would actually say that we've been somewhat of a pioneer in this world, if I'm allowed to phrase it in those terms. We actually started quite some time ago, before people talked about Internet of Things, with something called Robot Studio. Robot Studio was one of the early simulation programs. We have some more with mixed, augmented, and virtual reality. We have some more sophisticated programs today, and I come back to that. But this started about 15 years ago. It's a way to simulate offline what you want to do in practice, and it uses identical software to the one in the controller in the robot arm. So there is actually no need whatsoever to tweak when you get it there. You can just plug and play, and off you go in real life. We have also thousands of robots that are connected through something which we call remote services. It's a platform we've had for a number of years, where robots from our customers are sending data to a remote control room, a remote service center, which is then able to advise on how to potentially run or how to predict certain things based on the performance they see from the robot. And in the coming weeks and months, we will start to roll out a suite of so-called connected services that will basically allow people to get smarter about how it is that we actually run the whole robot setup, anything from access to robots during the commissioning phase to the whole operation and maintenance setup. And as I said earlier, different people want different things. In ABB, we see a number of benefits, but potentially different benefits to different people in the value chain. So if we start on the left-hand side, we have what we call engineering and build. So these could be people like ourselves or system integrators that build automation projects. Here, these connected services and this digitalization will bring efficiency and optimization. All the engineers can talk together in real time. People that are working on different aspects of it can see at one glance everything that's going on, and everything can be much more efficient. In terms of commissioning, we will have direct access to site, whether we're there or not, and you can basically see issues that come up, you can resolve them faster, and the result is that the startup time will be quicker. And then from an operations perspective, here we talk about uptime and asset optimization. And then maintenance, I'm not sure every maintenance manager that I know is normally sitting in his armchair, but they will be able to visualize every single thing that they have in the so-called fleet, and they will be able to predictively schedule what goes on. And I think in terms of an ultimate vision, whereas normally people would stop to do service or maintenance in a plant at a certain time, in the near future, with systems like this, it will actually be done for you. It will, if you like, you will get a ticket or you to operate in this country. We have a support network in Taiwan, but of course, Taiwan has spread very much over the years in terms of the activities of Taiwanese companies overseas. And so we have many people in our
写问卷，以您的手机扫描名牌上的 QR code 就能够上网填写，并且将截图拿到我们的服务台，就可以获得一份小礼物。Please take a few minutes to fill out the Computex Conference online questionnaire. You will be able to access the online questionnaire by scanning the QR code on the back of your name badge. Your feedback and responses will help to improve the quality of our services. 今天的演讲就到此结束。提醒您，下午的议程将在2点开始。下午的议程将于2点开始，下午1点半可以开放进场。Once again, thank you very much for joining us this morning. The afternoon's CPX conference will begin at 2 o'clock, and the doors open at 1:30. 我们同时也
use in order to, and this digitalize the robot, but we have installed software to basically allow the engineers can talk. You can basically see issues that come up, you can resolve them faster, and the result is that the startup time will be quicker. The startup time, asset optimization, and then maintenance. Yeah, I'm not sure every maintenance manager that I know is normally sitting in his armchair, but they will be able to visualize every single thing that they have in the so-called fleet, and they will be able to predictively schedule
that's the IoT.
So these are not robots that you in, do something and come back. And maybe some buzzwords. You might hear some terminology.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Computex conference on IoT applications. This afternoon's program will begin in a few minutes. Please be seated. 我们同时也提醒各位贵宾，在今日演讲结束后，能够协助我们填写线上问卷，请以您的手机来扫描您名牌后的 QR code， 就能够上网填写。凭填写完的截图，我们将会赠送精美的小礼物一份。Before the program begins, I would like to remind you of a few things. Please take a few minutes to fill out our online questionnaire. You'll be able to access the questionnaire by scanning the QR code on the back of your name badge with your cell phone. Your responses and feedback will help us improve the quality of our services. 今日的演讲即将于2分钟后开始，请各位贵宾尽速就座。And ladies and gentlemen, once again, the program will begin in 2 minutes. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Computex conference on IoT applications. IoT applications extend from smart connected homes to wearables to industrial applications. And the speakers today will address the current development and future prospects of IoT applications that are transforming this industry's ecosystem and our everyday life. To kickstart this afternoon's program, let's invite Mr. Walter Ye, Executive Vice President of Taitrot, to deliver his welcoming remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Walter on stage.
Honorable speakers, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. 大家午安，大家好。On behalf of Taitrot, organizer of Computex Taipei CPX Forum, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all our speakers who come in so far from abroad here. Today's forum's topic will be on IoT application. Computex celebrate its 36th anniversary this year, and we are in transition. This year, we have new position on building partnership in internet computing ecosystem with 4 main things: IoT application, business solution, innovation and startup, and gaming. We are glad that we have 1,602 companies join our Computex. The leading companies in IoT application all join our Computex. And for startup this year, we have 217 startups coming here in a new exhibit in the Hall 3 called Innovex. That is a new try, and we are glad. We have 71 companies from abroad and the rest from Taiwan. We hope we can provide a good platform for startups. And for IoT innovate solution and IoT application, we have Taiwan companies and leading companies from abroad. We appreciate all the companies to support Computex to make the Computex transformation a first step success. We have a lot to do, and we will make Computex a good platform for our companies from Taiwan or from abroad. And today, our topics will be on IoT application. We have business leaders from the leading companies will share their insight with you. I would like to introduce our speakers today. We have Charles Reed Anderson from IDC as our moderator today. And we have Mr. Alan Yang from Advantech and Mr. Fred Chart from Blocks and Mr. Simon Wang from TSMC and also Mr. Ian Hook from SK Telecom, Mr. Leopard Beer from Bosch Sensortech. With these business leaders coming here to share with us, I think this afternoon's forum will be very informative. I hope you enjoy this afternoon's forum. And I would like to pass my microphone to Charles Anderson. He is our moderator this afternoon. And thank you again for all your participation in the Computex and Computex CPX forum. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Walter. 我们请负责留步，负责我们等一下要照一个团体照，那么我们再请您再留在台上。Next, we would like to invite all the presenters and this afternoon's moderators and speakers to please all go on stage for good photos. Please help me welcome Charles Anderson, VP, Head of Mobility and IoT, IDC Asia Pacific, Ellen Yang, CTO, Advantech, Fred Chuck, Founding Partner, Blocks Wearables, Leopold Beer, Regional President, Asia Pacific, Bosch Sensortech, Simon Wang, Senior Director of IoT Business Development, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, Ian Hu, Division Head and SVP, Enterprise Solution Business Division, SK Telecom. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome all these distinguished guests with a very warm round of applause. 我们是不是以热烈的掌声欢迎今天下午这么精彩的论坛，这么多位来自世界各处 IoT applications 领域的佼佼者、领先地位的厂商的代表，今天我们来到现场。Ladies and gentlemen, would you please put your thumbs up? Put your thumbs up for the photographers to take more photos. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. You may now return to your seat. And today's first presenter will be Charles Reed Anderson, Vice President, Head of Mobility and Internet of Things, IDC Asia Pacific. Charles leads the Mobility and Internet of Things practice. He also serves as a strategic advisor to CXOs as their companies address the opportunities and challenges posed by emerging technologies. I will now turn the program over to Charles.
Okay. Good intro music. I like that. Okay, so welcome everybody. To kick off today's session, I'm going to give a presentation, not what a normal analyst would do. Normally I'd come up here and just give you a bunch of numbers. But today we're going to have a little bit of fun. I'm going to talk about IoT in Asia Pacific. And I'm going to talk about what's hot, so the things that are driving the market forward, what's not, the things we need to improve, and also what's next. But I know some of you, especially the press, always like numbers, so I will give you a few to start off so we can get this out of the way. First thing, what are we forecasting in Asia Pacific? And in 2019, we're forecasting that will be 8.6 billion connected things in Asia Pacific alone, and that's going to generate over a $500 billion market opportunity. So if you're wondering why there's so many companies getting involved in this, these numbers represent that. Everyone's excited about the opportunity and trying to find out what they can do to make sure they're part of it. But I've always struggled with these numbers in a way because they're two very different things. One of them's just a revenue number, and one of them's about the different things. And I like trying to understand, well, how mature is the market? And not just the Asia Pacific market, but what happens when you break it down by country? So what we've started doing is looking at the different countries in Asia Pacific, and we look at the IoT units per capita. So what that means is, I know the number of units that are going to be in Australia, for instance. I know the population. So I know that in 2019, we're forecasting that 8.5 units per capita will be there. And what you can see here is that New Zealand, South Korea, and Australia are leading the way, with Singapore and Taiwan right behind it. What's also interesting is what drives this. Because in Australia, a lot of it was driven by oil and gas, the mining sector, as well as healthcare. But when you go to Korea, a lot more of it's driven by high-end production and manufacturing and the consumer sector. And if anybody is wondering what happens in New Zealand and why that's getting driven so high, believe it or not, a lot of it's about livestock. It's about connecting up cows and sheep. So that's what actually drives that market. Now, everyone always talks about how big China is, and we're getting so excited about that. You can see that only 3.5 per capita will be there in China. But don't be mistaken, that doesn't mean it's not going to be a big market. We're also forecasting that 1 out of every 5 connected things in the world in 2019 will be in China. It just means because of the scale of it, it won't look representational against some of the bigger markets. So this will give you an idea how it's going out. This is where we like to see who's the more mature ones in the region and which markets are really ready to take off. The last thing I'll do before I get into the what's hot, what's not, and what's next is I'll give you my very quick review of what happened last year. So I've been covering IoT for quite a few years now, and last year was when we had this big hype around smart cities in particular. And what I said it was going to be, the last year's theme was Mind the Gap. And what I mean by that is there's a gap that comes up when you do a smart city. And if you think back a year and a half ago when all the cities around the region started announcing it, what happens is they get together a bunch of people and they do a big group hug and they say, we're going to launch a smart city. So they have all the stakeholders from the vendors, from the government officials, and they get everybody excited. And then they say, step 2 is this future vision. We're going to enable this for you as citizen services in the future, and we're going to connect these different things up. But then what happens is you've got steps 3 to infinity, and this is the gap. And this is what's really come to bear in the last year. People have realized that while it's great to announce the smart city, where's the funding for it? Last I checked, there wasn't a single city writing blank checks to fund all these initiatives. So it becomes very difficult for them. Also on the planning side, I'm not envious of the people who lead these initiatives because it isn't just a few projects you're trying to run. You're talking about hundreds or thousands of different projects across multiple government institutions. So it's very difficult to pull it forward. The delivery side, we have a big skills gap in Asia. We don't have all the people we need to design, develop, implement, and support these solutions. And finally, on the platforms, looking at the basic, what underpins your organization. A lot of the companies in Asia have not invested heavily in this, which means even if they want to be at the forefront and drive innovation, they don't have the technology in place. So what's happened, I think, in the last year is people are doing a lot less around the hype, especially related to smart cities, and they're becoming much more practical. And what I mean by that is they realize how complex the ecosystem is. You're going to see a number of different presenters today talking about these different areas, but this ecosystem slide really encompasses anything from a wearable solution to an industrial IoT solution. You have a module and device. It's going to connect over a network through some kind of a platform to an application. All that's going to generate data, which is the analytics component. All of it needs to be secured, and then someone needs to wrap it all together, which is the professional services. And what's happened is people are realizing that I can't just go to one vendor and drive these new solutions. I need to find someone who can pull together this ecosystem to deliver the consumer, government, and enterprise solutions. So last year was a reality check. People realized this isn't as easy as it sounds. So they're starting to take it much more seriously and planning for it in the future. But enough of that. Now we're going to have the fun part. So we're going to talk about what's hot first. And the first thing that's hot right now is what I call below the surface innovation. And this will go back to the smart cities as well. And what happens is, as citizens, we're expecting to see a lot. We've heard about all these grand plans, but what is it really going to mean to me? And the problem is what we see is just this little top bit right here. But what's actually going on, what's being delivered is all below the surface. There are things that are the infrastructure of our cities that are being improved, but it doesn't necessarily mean that we actually see them. And to give you an idea, I just took a random image and I started overlaying where you could start putting in smart city solutions that we know are being deployed in cities like Singapore and Taipei today. You think about the smart building solutions, connected street lights here in Taipei, predictive analytics on all the equipment, asset tracking, digital signage all over the place. These things are out there, but we don't necessarily think that it's IoT or that it's really going to change our lives. So a lot of this innovation at first is being driven in these types of areas. And why is that? Well, people are doing things not really to drive revenues right now. It's much more about driving operational excellence. So if you look at the top market drivers in Asia, and this was a survey of over 840 companies in Asia Pacific, the top drivers are around increasing productivity, improving product quality and time to market, process automation, reducing costs, and faster, better decision making. So no one's coming out saying, I want IoT to generate a bunch of new revenues for me. What they're really trying to drive is operational excellence. It's this thing about better quality, faster, more efficient with lower costs. And that's when you start looking down, where are we actually seeing the use cases that are driving it? What are the ones where people are spending the money right now? Number one is on manufacturing operations. Number two is on freight monitoring. And let's be honest, those solutions have been around for 30 years already. Production asset management, smart grids, and smart buildings. These are all more infrastructure type projects that underpin a business. And it's about driving efficiency in there. So what we see is only 12% of the companies we surveyed are looking to IoT as a revenue generator in 2016. The use cases that are driving it forward are much more about driving operational excellence. Also, they're very domestic focused today. And what I mean by that is the solutions they're delivering, they're starting in one market first before they're going to expand it abroad. But what we can see is this is going to change the market because 54% of the companies plan on taking these initiatives abroad. Now, the challenges they're going to face there are, well, who can support me? They might use a local provider if they wanted to do an initiative in Taiwan. But if they want to cover Southeast Asia, who do they have to partner with there? What are the connectivity issues? How do you deal with these types of solutions as you take them to multiple countries? So that's the first one. The second one we're going to talk about is bridging the IT-OT divide. Now, this is how many people are comfortable with the difference between IT and OT? Good. This is what I thought. Most of the time, as technology people, we tend to always throw acronyms around. And this is one of the big topics, buzzwords that is going around right now. So I'll try and explain it very simply. IT is just the technology that underpins your business. So if you look at any organization you work in, it could be your network, it could be your computers, your data center, whatever it might be. OT, or operational technology, these are the software solutions that run the business. So think about companies like a Bosch or a Honeywell, people who do building management solutions or manufacturing solutions, the people who actually understand the business process, not just the technology that underpins it. And what we're saying is that 40% of Asian-based MNCs are going to try and integrate information technology and operational technology across technology, process, security, and organizational levels by 2018. Now, this is important because it means we have two different splits. IT and OT think very differently. We need to find a way to get them together if we're going to drive IoT. And the thing is, both sides face the same challenges. Now, this is from the same survey, and I've also thrown in the worldwide stats here as well. And we asked them what factors are going to hinder IoT solutions in your organization. So what's going to hold it back? And we've done this 2 years in a row, and it's pretty much the exact same answers. Number one is always going to be security, with the exception of Korea, where they've probably mastered it right now. It only comes in number 3. What's more worrying for me is all these green boxes. These are ones that relate to financial concerns. And this means that people don't know what the CapEx is or the OpEx or how they're going to generate an ROI. Now, most IoT initiatives are going to be business case based. So if you don't understand the financials, how can you generate the business case? So if you're a vendor in the audience, make sure you understand this. You need to go out there and build the business case for them. So the impact of this, what happens when we bring together IT and OT? There'll be less silos. Right now, these two work very separately, and one goes out and does a solution and doesn't talk to the other one about it, which means they're wasting a lot of money because they're investing in multiple platforms. But this is going to create a skills gap again. We don't have the people who are really comfortable in both worlds. But what we're looking to see is a lot of these new roles coming out, like chief digital officers. And it's very important that the vendors find ways to help bridge this. And they can actually help their customers. If you're an OT company, you can help your customers identify your IT partners. So you should be out there trying to play the matchmaker in this space. Why this gets very important is, if you're talking about IoT, it's easy to generalize it, but you got to know who you're selling to. So if you go to a lot of the major markets, if you look at worldwide, Asia Pacific, Korea, and India, a lot of the money is still held by IT. So this is the money that's going to fund IoT projects. And about a third or so, a little over a third across these markets is going to be held by the line of business. But then you look at Singapore, 54% of those budgets are held by the line of business already. And in Australia, 68%. But then you go to China and it's only 16%. Now this creates a challenge for the vendors because they're trying to go out to market with a message, and that message doesn't really meet all their target customers in these countries because there's different types of decision makers. And these new decision makers, this is where it gets very interesting to me. And it'll be difficult to read in the black, so I'll sort of walk you through this. If you look at the blue, and this is about which group within your organization drove the IoT solution decision. The blue is traditional IT, and what you can see is it ranges from about 30% in Singapore to almost 80% in China. The red is where it's driven by the line of business. But this green area is very interesting. This is where people are already combining IT and OT. And what you see is that goes to about 20% in some of the countries. And then the yellow one is where it's an external factor. This is where an industry organization or a group of vendors come together and recommend something going forward. It could be something like the smart tools initiatives that you're seeing for manufacturing, especially used by Airbus. So what's interesting in this, if you look at Singapore, they probably have the most developed ecosystem in this one and understand who's driving the decisions and from the most different forces. So it does become interesting if you're a vendor in this space, understand that people, the decisions are made by different groups. If you're a company that's looking at it, try to bring together all the stakeholders and drive the decisions. So that was what was hot. Now we're going to look at what's not, and I'm sure the first one will make a lot of people unhappy. I think there's too many devices driving too little value. And first of all, how many people in here are wearing a smartwatch? I think almost everybody should be raising their hand. Really? There's only like 5 smartwatches? This is supposed to be an IoT conference, and there's only like a few people. All right, this is disappointing. How many people are wearing the $30,000 Apple Watch? No one's ever raised their hand for that. I always hope someone would. I love the idea of wearables. I just hate what we're doing with them right now because we're pumping out more and more devices. But until it does something beyond notifications, until there's applications and value associated with it, there's a limit to how much we're going to spend on these things. So I've been quite disappointed how the market's evolved in this, but hopefully it will get better. But it also creates a lot of risk for the vendors. And I don't mean to make fun of Fitbit in this. I like the device. I think it's a very nice device. But this will show the risk that we face in the market. So Fitbit went public last year, and you can see it came out at about roughly $30. Over the course of that time, it's now gone down, and recently it's trading at about $14. So what happened along here? They launched the new Blaze smartwatch at CES, which is a very nice device, yet the market dropped their stock price by 30%. So the stock market is demanding more. And then what happened is they missed their earning forecast, and it dropped another 20%, which means the consumers are demanding more. So the risk is right now we're producing more technology, but we're not giving the value back, which means companies are struggling to sell. To give you an idea of the impact this will have, China has 4,000 smart device startups. We're forecasting that 80% of these will be eliminated through competition by 2018. There's just too many devices, too little differentiation, too little value being created by a lot of them. What are we looking for? And this is just one example. It's from Samsung, and they're doing something called the SIM band. Now this, I don't expect us to go wear this thing. It's got 21 different medical sensors on it, but this is just for R&D. The idea is they're going to take these different sensors, put them into single-purpose bands, and then they can start driving solutions to monitor your blood pressure, monitor diabetes patients, do elderly care management. This is where it starts transforming it and really delivering value out of it. But it involves not just Samsung, it's a lot of other industry groups coming together to try and create this change. So the other thing that's not hot is conventional thinking. We keep trying to do the same thing over and over again. And the best way I can put this isn't in my own words, because I saw a presentation last year from Scott Jensen, who heads up user experience for Google. And he said about IoT, we are solving yesterday's tasks with tomorrow's technology. And the example he gave is, why do I want a connected alarm clock? Isn't there a better way we could actually be doing this? And what we're trying to do is just do the exact same thing and then just apply this new technology instead of rethinking it. Is there a better way we can do it? And for instance, how many people now have the connected fork? So one guy, you got the connected fork, okay. I love the idea of the connected fork because it tracks how fast you eat. And I don't think that really helps. If you really want to make it work, make it give you an electric shock if you're eating too much. Then it changes behavior. But it's too much technology if we're connecting things because we can, not because there's a need for it. And to go back about how this has been driven throughout time, this is Henry Ford, and asked about when he created the Model T car. He said, if I asked my customers what they wanted, they'd have said a faster horse. Instead of building a faster horse, he built the automobile. He thought about it differently and leveraged the technology. And how can that be applied? Well, we'll look at smart buildings. And there's a vendor that I love talking about. It's a startup, but I'll explain first the smart building market. In smart buildings, most companies have multiple buildings, so you have multiple building management systems. You get too much information, but not a lot of intelligence out of it. It's difficult to tie this information you get to an action plan. You have limited budgets, and you can't afford having any downtime. So there's this new company that came out a couple years ago in the UK, which is now moving into Asia, called Demand Logic. And all they do is they sit between your building management system and you. And they take all that information, simple thing, it just plugs into your existing management systems, and they give you the information back in a much better format. So why is that important? Well, it manages multiple building management systems through a single cloud-based platform. That means you can have something from all these different vendors sent to one format for you. It also allows you to give more filtered, prioritized information. You can set more settings on it, so it delivers it back. They use a social platform to actually deliver, track actions in progress. It's all OpEx. People are getting ROI in as little as 2 months. An installation takes as little as half a day. The best installation time they had was 20 minutes. Now, why is this important? They didn't go in there to try and compete against the big boys who were doing building management systems. What they said is they came in and they solved your problem for you. And they changed the discussion. They didn't come in and start selling to small companies. They do King's College in London. They do Transport for London. They do RBS, Santander. The list goes on to the big companies, BT. They've gone into the biggest companies in England and actually won the business, and now they're coming into Asia. And what they were able to do is they took a different approach to actually change that discussion. Now they're not really selling a building management system. What they're selling you is a solution to the problems you have. And they're doing it at a price point that allows you to get your money back right away. So what's next? We've gone through the what's hot and what's not. What are the things you're going to be hearing more buzz about in the next year? Number one, IoT at the edge. So this is all about analytics. What we're saying is 35% of all IoT created data will be stored, analyzed, and acted upon at the edge by 2019, which means we're going to get away from the centralized version and put everything out to the edge. So what do we mean by the edge? In a traditional organization, what you're going to see, it means you're just going to put everything back. All the intelligence is going to sit there centrally. But what we're talking about doing is allowing these endpoints to capture and analyze the data and talk to each other, which will cut down your costs, make you more agile, and it'll speed up your processes. So think about it in an organization. It's the same type of a thing. If you work in a very hierarchical organization where the top person's the only one who's allowed to make a decision, it makes you very inefficient. Whereas if you empower people, you actually improve the organization structure. It's the same type of thing with analytics. But why does that matter? Well, think about IoT at the edge in a city. Let's start with the car, vehicle-to-vehicle communication. If I'm driving a car and it's driving me and I'm sitting in the car, I don't want it to wait for the processing time to go back somewhere centrally to decide whether to brake or not. So you want things analyzed on that car. Another one is CCTV, and this actually helps you cut back your costs. CCTV, especially if you're doing high def, has a lot of costs associated with it because of all the information that you're transmitting back and forth. But a lot of times you don't need it. A lot of time you're really just doing exception processing. So if you're looking at doing it for security and you look at an area that at night there should be nobody at, if someone comes in, then you can automatically send that information back. If not, you just analyze it at the edge. It'll help cut the cost down on it. So you're going to see a lot more companies talking about this year. A lot of the gateway providers, platform providers are going out with this messaging as well from all the big vendors. So you hear a lot more buzz around it. The second one you're going to hear a lot about is low power WANs, so low power wide area networks. And this is driven by a couple things. One is going to be from the vendors. So some of the bigger vendors like Huawei and Cisco will be pushing narrowband IoT this year, which is backed by 3GPP, which is about 30 operators worldwide. And there's two other things that you have to be aware of. There's also Sigfox and LoRa. Now these guys aren't the operators, but they can create a network on unlicensed spectrum. And what that means is you can do things for one important reason, to save money. Both of these types of solutions, whether it's going to be the NB-IoT version or these unregulated versions, are going to push low power wide area networks out. So low bandwidth type solutions that will drive the market forward. So what do we mean by this? A high bandwidth solution could be digital signage, the CCTV we talk about. But what we're talking about with low bandwidth is connecting things like smart meters, your vending machines, environmental information, your little funny looking dog, the livestock in New Zealand, or even a package. There's something like 1 out of every 10 credit cards goes missing once it's posted in Asia. So why wouldn't you stick one of these in there? Price point can become that low. And why I think this is going to catch so much publicity this year is because of the improved business case. And I'm going to walk you through the smart meter example here. So on a smart meter, we know the costs associated with this because we do a lot of research into it. And 19% of the costs related to smart meters in Asia is purely the connectivity. Now in 2015, depending on which country you go to across Asia, it will cost you $12 to $60 per year to connect up a smart meter. Now when you look at these future low power WAN solutions, you're going to look at $1 to $12 per year, which means that 19% of the cost is basically going to go away. Also, depending on which solution you go with, you could also reduce your hardware, software, and services costs. So this changes everything financially. We can connect more things because the price points are so low. Now this is one that probably won't become a big buzzword because, let's face it, low power WAN doesn't sound very sexy. But it will be something you're going to hear a lot about in the near future, and will start driving the industry going forward. But if it's going to do that, that's just the connectivity portion. It solves that problem. But what it needs is this whole ecosystem to evolve. So this is sort of the chicken and egg type scenario. Just because we can have a nice network now that we can connect it for cheap, it only works when we have the modules and sensors that can be applied against that network and have the applications that are running it, and we know what to do with the analytics. So that summarizes my version of what's hot, what's not, and what's next. I'll give you 1 second to take a picture of that slide since all the cameras just went up. You want me to pose next to it here? Okay. Okay. But everyone just remember that IoT, this isn't something we're going to solve this year. It's a journey. It's going to go on for quite some time. But for it to really take off, we need to change our perspective. We have to quit talking about the technology and talk about the solutions and the business impact or the personal impact they're actually going to have. And on that note, I'd like to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Charles, for your presentation on IoT development in Asia. That really helped to put things into perspective for all of us. And the next presenter will be Ellen Yang, CTO of Advantech. Ellen joined Advantech in 2014 and has been leading the company's Innovation Management Center in promoting industry academic research collaboration and strategic partnerships. He also oversees the corporate engineering services, industrial design, and integrated product research and development within Advantech. So I will now turn the program over to Alan.
Thank you. Well, thanks for Charles' wonderful opening session. And I hope what I am about to present belongs to what's hot, not to what's not. Right? And at the title of my talk, I specifically label the IoT that I'm going to talk about is industrial IoT. It has nothing to do with consumer and has nothing to do with Fitbit. And of course, it also has nothing to do with your smartwatch. all right? And there were a few keywords I picked up from Charles' talk, particularly like solution, like business value, like intelligence at the edge. Those are the things that we have been discussing internally and have been communicating to our customers in the past 2 years. All right, and because Advantech has been doing so-called industrial personal computer or industrial PC, we are basically offering computing platform as a tool to improve productivity and underline improving productivity of businesses. So when the IoT came along, it's actually an extended option of new technologies that the business can borrow in to improve their productivity beyond using computing platforms. So what our business is actually keep selling technology solutions to our customers that can somehow improve their way, their processes with smarter, with faster, with more accurate technology solutions to make their business more competitive, and that's what we do. All right, so this is a summary of a research report from McKinsey published last June. And in this research report, it clearly indicates that the 10 years from now, when the IoT application is mature, it is projected that 70% of the IoT application, the economic value of IoT application, 70% of that will be in industrial scenarios. And the biggest one being the smart factory, or now very popular name called Industry 4.0. And the second one is smart city, healthcare. Then the third one is the so-called personal smart devices, and the rest of it. All right, so a lot of this is about business operators growing technology to improve their own internal business operation. And Advantech, because we only focus on selling solutions to businesses, and we would exclude those related to the consumer, those related to the homes, those related to the offices, and we do everything else. And we look at the IoT value chain, starting from the very upstream, the silicon, and I think there is even more upstream to the silicon, which is the foundry, and we have the TSMC Simon here. Starting from the silicon to the module, then to the cloud. There is a natural build-up, how this would stack up together. And the industry research report again indicate that only 20% of the value will be actually at the hardware level, all right, or the device silicons, and then 80% actually is in the cloud, in the services, all right. So when the IoT application got put together and it gets into the day-to-day operations, that's a recurring revenue that a service provider can collect every month. And for the hardware vendor, you only get to collect your income once. And then here is a very successful case of a company transitioning from selling equipment to selling equipment plus services with IoT technology. Here is GE's chairman, Jeff Immelt. In their Minds and Machine conference in 2014, about 1.5 years ago, Jeff Immelt said that if you went to bed last night as an industrial company, you are going to wake up this morning as a software and analytics company. So software will eat up all the business. That's the trend, and it's not going to change. Jeff Immelt has the number to back him up. GE, in their public announcement, they did roughly $4 billion worth of business on pure software analytics in 1914. And in year 1915, their revenue grew by 50% to $6 billion. So with that successful example leading us, the way that Advantech looks at the industrial IoT is that we kind of, again, layer the whole architecture into what's on the ground and what's in the cloud. And on the ground, you are going to have a lot of sensors, computing platforms responsible for taking the data sensing the data, collecting them into the gateway, and at the gateway, most of the applications are going to implement some sort of intelligence at the edge to do the data cleansing, aggregation, condensation, do what can be processed locally and respond locally before sending up what's need to be sent to the cloud. So up in the cloud, the end result actually is some so-called SaaS layer, software as a service layer of vertical applications, or now many of us prefer to call them solutions. Solutions for factories, solutions for retail stores, solutions for fleet management, solutions for energy and power, and so on and so forth. There are so many of these different industries that they are looking for bringing in new technologies to improve their own business operation, either to increase the efficiency or reduce the risk of hazards. What we have witnessed is it takes a lot of effort for the solution to be built when it lacks a platform with rich collection of building blocks that modularize what is required to put into the solution to get that vertical solution deployed, designed and deployed faster. So at the middle tier, Advantech has partnered with a few of the international leaders such as Microsoft or IBM or Amazon to build on top of their mega data center, leverage their infrastructures. Advantech brought in our own collection of software services in the form of so-called RESTful APIs. So in addition to the hardware building block that we have been selling in the past 30 years, we now are offering an additional set of industrial software services that we frequently were requested by our customer. In some of the area, it could be remote monitoring and management of the devices. Some of them been security management. Some of them been the so-called industrial automation, where we need to communicate with a lot of legacy industrial protocols. Or we have brought in a set of video analytics that look at the video and extract out the information that is suitable for that application scenario. For example, like face recognition, edge estimation, smoke detection, license plate recognition. There are a growing collection of what's possible that can be, there is a growing collection of information of what can be collected through video analytics. And then the interactive multimedia, because in many different scenarios, it takes the two-way communication to display the appropriate information to the audience, network management. This graph looks a little bit dense, but it's actually also correlated to what Charles just presented. And this is how we look at when the IoT is about to proliferate. Most of the sensors will be connected wirelessly, and many of those will require to run on very low power. It's battery powered. So again, at the very bottom, there is a collection of sensors, and we have paired up with a lot of sensor makers, and Bosch Sensor Tech being one of them, with TI, with ST, and with many Japanese sensor makers. Pair them up, but a lot of these sensor makers, they are good at what they're doing, but they know very little about wireless communication. So what we bring in is a modularized proposal, an open standard called M2.com, which I would introduce more in detail on next slide. Building up from the module to ruggedized packaging. We put this module into ruggedized housing that is suitable for their particular application scenario. Then pair them up with the industrial IoT gateway. And on the left side of it is the software ecosystem, and probably due to the limit of time, I don't have, I won't go into the detail, but there is a pairing software ecosystem that go with the sensor and the gateway, all right? And I think the key point to take away is most of them will be wireless. Many of them will be required to run at very low power. At the gateway, there is a possibility to add additional intelligence for the gateway to function as a group. So gateway will be backing itself up to provide load balancing or fault tolerance. And then what's required to be done at the cloud got sent to the cloud. All right, so this is the M2.com. The similar slide was presented by ARM CEO Scott Segar yesterday at Computex keynote. We got endorsement from many international big guys, all right, from ARM to Bosch to TI to Sensorium. The idea is basically to modularize the wireless sensor node components. We separate the radio frequency communication part, the microcontroller piece of it, away from the sensor carry board. All right, so each can focus on what they are good at. All right, now I'm going to share some of the successful use cases that Advantech has developed and deployed together with our partners with the framework and the architecture that I just introduced 1 minute ago. Industry 4.0. If you still remember from my slide that McKinsey's report saying that the most important application for IoT will be in Industry 4.0, and look at around you. Whatever you use, you eat, you enjoy, you wear, nowadays everything come out of factory, right? So the factory has gone through several waves of automation or productivity enhancement in the past. Now the latest wave is to expand the information collection to not just on the inventory or just at the work order, but also to monitor the environment and the machinery on the factory to make sure we have even better arrangement for the assets on the production floor. So with Industry 4.0, we have partnered with our system integrator customers to roll out with 6 specific so-called service-ready packages. From the upper left corner, from machine monitoring, predictive maintenance, and I won't read through the fine later below. But the idea is basically we attach a lot of sensor to the critical equipments on your production floor to monitor their operation situation. And the idea is that we can continuously monitor whether equipments are function normally at their best production level, right? And if somehow the condition is kind of deviating from the normal situation, then we send in the mechanics to fix it up before it breaks down. To the middle upper level is machine automation, and it's related to bringing in more robotic arms to increase the reliability and the accuracy of the work needs to be done by the operators. Energy management system, a lot of the factory consume lots of energy. With IoT, it's also possible to monitor the history of energy consumption through the course of the day, the week, the month, and through the season, right? And to plan the energy consumption more intelligently. To the MES integration and production traceability. MES is manufacturing execution system, which plans the daily orders, right? By integrating with MES, with the information from the machinery, there is a way to further improve the utilization of the assets on the production floor. Equipment monitoring, optimization, and environment monitoring. And not too long ago, there were a couple of pretty serious incidents in the factories in China that probably too high of density of some sort of powder caused flash burst that killed a few of the workers. So if the factory had installed this sort of environmental monitoring system to monitor their air quality, to monitor their water's acidity, to monitor the temperature of certain equipment, definitely the safety level of the work environment can be further ensured. All right, so this is detail about how to do the equipment monitoring and an intelligent factory. Again, is attaching a lot of sensors to the equipment, pulling the data through the gateway up to the cloud. And at the cloud, there is a dashboard that shows to the management team that whether the whole thing is functioning properly or not. Asset allocation tracking, I think asset location tracking was also kind of showed up at Charles' slide. And we actually run into quite a few real examples, operator of factories. They have mobile assets on their flow. And where the assets are sometimes decides the productivity level. And because of the current technology permits, with RFID tag and RFID reader, and from the reader to the gateway, from the gateway to the central monitoring dashboard. Now, with all the assets been real time, monitor real time, then the planning of the asset routing can be further optimized. Advantech actually use this solution in our own factory. We run our own factory in Taiwan. About 50% of the output is still produced in Taiwan, and it's not going to change. We have built a new facility in our Linkou campus. Will be completed in August this year. We are going to install all the solution I just mentioned into that factory and invite whoever is interested to come to take a look and share our experience. At the same time, we also have a factory operating in China, Kunshan. Same set of solution have been implemented as well. Management dashboard been set up. So always welcome to come to visit us and take a look at this case. There is more. In Nangang Exhibition Hall, we're actually showcasing our Intelligent Retail Solution Ready Package. SRP means Solution Ready Package. We have a few partners that we work together. Again, if we look at the scenario of a shopping mall or of a physical retail store, in addition to what is being managed by a POS system, POS knows cash flow, knows inventory, but beyond that, does POS know your passengers' behavior? Does POS know how many customers have come into your store? Not yet. All right, so a lot of physical retail store operators, they are interested in knowing more about their customer, not just their internal information. All right, so there are a lot of additional information to be gleaned out of the IoT facilities. For example, like people counting, again, environment management, real-time location system, again, right, to guide those shoppers to where they want to be. Video analytics, as I mentioned, that some of the operator has actually installed our solution, that when you pay at the POS, you probably would notice that there's a camera that you cannot see, that looking at your face to determine whether you are a male or female, and roughly what is your age, and what you have bought, and correlate that with your POS transaction. So that information get collected and back into the headquarters, and they do cross profiling, and then hopefully they would be able to come out with better promotion with more accurate targeting. We call this intelligent retail solution called UShop, right? And it has information for headquarters, information for the regional manager, information then going back to the shopper. All right, so additional set of information that is possible be collected through the video analytics is, for the customer that come into the store, how would they traffic and what sort of interaction that they have with the merchandise on your shelf. And with this information, the store manager can quickly adjust the layout of their store and the merchant that is on the shelf to improve the turnaround. Store business intelligence, traffic and conversion, and all that. That's part of the analytics that we are building up together with the retail partners. Hospital. About 60% of the hospital in Taiwan has installed some form of advanced intelligent hospital solutions. And again, the traditional way of receiving healthcare services in Taiwan has seen some transition in the past few years with online registration with cell phone app that you can know the waiting time for your clinic. And yet, hospital is a fairly complicated system itself. It's got several different functions in it. All right, if we kind of take a rough dissection of the different function of different area in the hospital, you have public space where the patient waits. You have nurse station where the nurses engage with the patient in the ward. The emergency room, the operation room, and hospitals, IT room, and clinic offices. All right, all these used to be a little bit of like a silo before, but then with the intelligent hospital solutions we brought in, we kind of start to interconnect all these together and streamline all the information processing and really speed up the productivity or reduce the waiting time for the patient to receive what the service they need in the hospital. Okay, and a real example is actually we cut the waiting time from 75 minutes down by 26 to about 50 minutes at one of the real case. Okay. This is another successful example which we feel serving the public fairly well is the electronic toll collection, the fully automatic ETC Taiwan implemented a couple of years ago. Advantech participated in this project. All right. Now there is no human being involved in collecting tolls. Everything is fully automated. At the gantry, you've got RFID reader, you've got camera, and then there's industrial PC and then gateway that do the first line of data processing, and then the data routes to the data center. So the benefit is huge, actually. You actually save 22 million minutes added all together every day, 60 million liters of fuel consumption reduced, and 140,000 tons of carbon emission reduced each year. So again, this is a successful industry IoT application scenario. And there are actually more such cases. Intelligent building, I think Charles would mention intelligent building. This is what we actually implemented in our campus. And the dashboard is live, connecting the facility of Advantech in Shanghai, in Kunshan, in Beijing, right, with the historical electricity consumption pattern, looking at the historical pattern, and then we kind of replan the equipments that use up the most of the energy, and we managed to save roughly 16% of energy. Okay. Parking. So the bottom line is the industrial IoT is actually one option of technology available for the business to grow into improving, enhancing their business processes. Because now more data, more accurate data, more coverage of the data is possible. So by aggregating all the data collected together with more powerful data analytics, there is a new possibility for many of these businesses to leverage this technology and become more competitive. And because of the value is fairly clear, all right? So we do see a lot of requests and a lot of business opportunities in this segment. Thank you for listening. All right.
Thank you, Ellen, for joining us this afternoon. Today's third presenter will be Fred Check. He's the founding partner of Blocks Wearables, one of the world's biggest and most successful wearable crowdfund campaigns. Blocks Wearables, consisting of experts in product design, hardware, and software, is bringing to the market the world's first modular smartwatch. Today, Fred will talk about creating customized wearable technology. So ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Fred on stage.
Hi, thank you, Ellen, and thank you, Charles, for their amazing presentation. So today, I'm going to talk to you about something uncool. I'm going to talk to you about something that is wearable. So because I'm going to talk about something like so uncool, I'm going to tell you a story. And I probably won't follow my slides. So if the slide doesn't match my talk, don't worry about it. So blocks. Long time ago, that's 2 years ago, quite long. There's a few friends, they want to come together and start a company. They want to make wearable device. One of them, Ali, he is a pioneer in neuroscience and gesture control, so he wants to make something using those technology. Serge, he's a fanatic of sport and health nurse, so he want to make a health tracking device, something he can use when he's doing sports. Omar, he want to make a high-end, really fashionable wearable device. Me, I want to make something that is like really simple, have an e-ink, and it can last forever. So we argue. We keep arguing, and we cannot compromise. We just won't agree on what we're going to do. So what do? So one day, Ali come up with an idea when he's showering. So he say, so since we cannot agree, why don't we make a modular device? If we make something modular, that means every single one can have what they want to do on this watch, and we don't need to fight anymore, and we can start working. And we did that. So the first thing we did is we do a little bit of promotion, talk to some press, and put a video online, and yeah, we got some followers. We got a small community following us. We want to see like what people really want. It's a cool idea, a lot of people talking about it, but is it something they really need? So back then we have 4,000 or 5,000 people following us, and we sent out a survey. It's a very long survey, like it takes you 20, 30 minutes to fill it in. So it's a little bit stupid. But from those 5,000 people following us, we have 3,800 people reply our survey, like some really long ones. And one thing, this is important. One result we get is from these 3,800 people, we give them a choice of, I give you 20 different functions, different modules, we call it. Put together your watch, put together a device that you like, that you need. And the result coming back is 97% of the people, 97% of people, that means every single one of them in that 97% come back with a totally different combination. 3,000 something people, only 3% of those people will give you exactly the same combinations. So we're talking about most of the people that answer our survey, and we believe actually in this world, are looking for something totally unique to themselves, totally different. That really makes us think. So in the old days, a few years ago only, we have PC. And like the chipset provider, people who build the chip will tell, oh, this is our architecture, and this is what you can do. And a lot of people will follow their direction and build those PC. Just like what Charles said, like a lot of people will be building the same thing. A lot of people building the same thing, and it works. It makes a lot of company a lot of money building PC. And if the same thing happens afterward in laptops, and the same thing happens again on mobile phones. So if you compare all these electronics and products, they're not that different. They are quite similar. Everybody just building the same thing and trying to be better than each other, but they are not building something different. But do this work in the future? Can we continue doing this? So as Charles just mentioned, it seems, especially for smartwatch, it doesn't work. We think people building smartwatch right now are doing something wrong. We're in an age people can talk to each other easily on internet. People can see new things, new products every day, and they want a say. They don't want some big companies to make all decisions for them, because sometimes these decisions are not the best solution for their problems. So how can we make that happen? If we don't want one device, the same device, and everybody making the same thing, that means we need to give people a lot of options, and that's difficult. One way you can do that is you build a really powerful device, and you fit every single possible solutions in there. If the current smartphone, let's say, cannot fulfill 100% of everybody's problems, then you fit in more sensor, and more sensor, and more sensor, until it fulfills all the issues we have. But is it possible? No, it's not possible. And it's even harder for smartwatch, because we are smaller. We're even smaller than smartphone. So you will not be able to fit everything in. It's very difficult for different company to build different device to fit everybody's purpose. In the old days, like you have laptops, you have mobile phones, you have PCs. Everybody do the same thing, and it's cost effective. We can handle that. If we need to build something special for everybody, it's going to be expensive. We will not have the money and budget to build all these devices for every single solution. That's why we need modularity. We believe what we can do will be just like how Apple, or Google, when they launched their App Store or Play Store. We're talking about a single device. How many things can it do? When the smartwatch just come to the market, no one ever imagined the smartwatch can do so many things, solve so many problems. Right now, when people talk about applications back then, we think about, oh, you can do video chat, and probably that's it. We never imagined today we use it for communications, for transportations, for entertainment, for social media. We use it in our everyday life. It's so powerful. We have millions and millions of applications today. What we are trying to do is we are trying to make hardware, not software, an open platform. As an open platform, companies, small or big, universities, different institutes, or individuals can create what we call modules, these things. What we're doing is a smartwatch that have individual modules of different features and functions. And you, like any company here, you can come up with new ideas. That's not bound by a really big player telling you what the market wants. Just like how we build software applications. You can make these modules easily and test the market. These modules we built, we have a proprietary connector, a PCB board with a microprocessor. with our own proprietary power management system and our own communication protocol. And any big or small companies, when they come to us, they only need to put a very small sensor, wherever functions, technology they want, into our modules, and it will work. Just like that. And they have a solution, a ready-made, ready to the market, customer-facing solution in this watch. What we are talking about is something we have never seen before, a modular hardware platform. And what we're trying to do is we're trying to provide the world a lot of functionality and features and ways to do things that we have never seen on other devices before. For example, you have never seen a smell sensor on your smartphones, right? Your phones cannot smell things. With a simple smell sensor put into one of these modules, we can use it to smell a red wine if it's a real Lovit 82, or if it's a really nice cheese coming from Switzerland, or anything you can come up with that can use a smell sensor. That never exists on any smartphones or smartwatch before. We don't have air quality sensors on smartphones, and it might be too expensive to build one on every single smartphones nowadays. But with these modules, you can, depending on your market or customer, you can, with relatively low cost, build these air pollution sensors on, and then they work, and you can sell them. And these are simple things we came up with. But you can come up with something that I have never heard about before, something that's totally new. And when there are hundreds or thousands of developers doing this, we will have an ecosystem that makes electronic device a lot more powerful than smartphones today. We are talking about smartphones sell 1.3 billion, 1.4 billion units last year. We're talking about hardware device with more technologies, 10 times or 100 times or 1,000 times more compared to your smartphones. This is the platform we're talking about. So yeah, people tell us, 97% of these people tell us this concept is what they need. And we again prove it with a Kickstarter campaign last year in October. So we raised $1.6 million US. We are the second biggest crowdfunding campaign in the history of crowdfunding for smartwatch. Like obviously the biggest one is a Bravo, and then we're 2 times bigger than Misfit. So we have 150,000 people helping us. These are not just followers on Facebook, on emails. These are really passionate supporters. These 150,000 people, when we send out emails, like monthly updates to them, these people usually, and we have one thing called email click open rate. So basically when you send out email, how many of them get open? Normal industry standard is maybe 10%, 12%, that's, you're doing quite well. Our email click open rate for our supporters is over 60%. In the height of it, it was 80-something%. So these are really passionate. We call ambassadors for our modular idea. They are not just our potential customer. They are people who are willing to spend a lot of their time running around this world trying to promote this idea, which is modularity. And this modularity idea is going to give the power back to consumers and the public so they can choose and tell us and all our partners what they want in the device. And this will change how they have their relationship with technology. So we have a lot of media coverage, and we believe we are onto a movement here. We are not trying to sell a product. We are trying to push a modularity movement to change how people interact with the technology every day. And we are not alone. Google, at this year's Google I/O, just presented their Project Aura, which is a modular smartphone. We're good friends with them. Like we're onto the same movement. LG is creating a modular smartphone too, and Charles just mentioned, like Samsung is working on the Samsung SIM band with a very similar idea. If you have heard about it, there's a product called Fairphone, and they are building the second version into a modular product. But Blocks, our product, is going to be the first product coming to market that have these modularity functionalities. And we believe we're not alone, but we are the first one coming to this world. And together with all those other players we just mentioned, we believe we are going to change the world. We are working with a lot of people who believe in this modularity movement. We are a very, very small company. We are a startup. But we are very lucky. At 2015, like the year before at CES, we met Pankaj from Qualcomm. So he is the one in charge of all the wearables at Qualcomm. And he came to us. He looked at our concept. He think, yes, modularity on wearable device is the future. So a company like Qualcomm is those companies I just mentioned who set the pace for everybody to follow. Talk to us, and he thinks this is the future. And what it meant is we are going to change the game, just like in old days, one player, one really big company decide what is best for everyone. We're going to change the game saying, just like applications, just like software open platforms, everyone can give hardware a try and test different hardwares on our Blocks watch. And we are very lucky. Pankaj at Qualcomm bring us to Taiwan and meet with one of your ODM, Compal. So when we met Compal, we talked about this idea. And Compal sees, yes, this is a product that can disrupt the market. This could be the future. ODMs do not need to worry about every single product they take on from the customer and then worry, oh, is this going to be a big success or is going to fail? Like this is a risk like they see every day. We're building an ecosystem. We're building something that we can build on top forever. More and more people can come in and create these modules. So there are no make or break success or failed. There are only an ecosystem that's growing, and eventually some of these partners will build modules that you have never heard about, technologies that we don't know even exist, but it's so useful, so powerful. This watch become a necessity, something that is necessary, just like our smartphones today. You need them, then like everybody will need one. So, as I said, this is a movement. This is something that we cannot make it alone. So we want companies, like a lot of technology and hardware companies here, to join us in this movement and work together and make this modularity movement happen. Just like Charles said, yes, we're doing it wrong at the moment. Smartwatch are cool, uncool, not working. But when we make this happen, when we make this hardware open platform happen, then yes, smartwatch will be cool again. I'll ask Charles and make sure he tell me, yes, now you guys are cool. Thank you.
And the next speaker will be Leopold Beer, Regional President, Asia Pacific, Bosch Sensor Tech. Leopold joined Bosch Sensor Tech shortly after its foundation in 2006 as sales director and later became head of global marketing and product planning. Since March 2013, he holds the position of regional president for Asia Pacific and is based in Shanghai, China. Today, he will talk about IoT sensor solutions. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Leopold Beer on stage.
Thank you. So we heard a lot. We heard a lot. We heard about what's cool, what's not cool. I might contradict Charles. I think a cold drink on a hot day is a cool thing. Whatever. So, and we heard about all the trouble integrating lots of companies by Alan. I've seen so many brands, I got dizzy. So I thought we have lots of customers. But when I see with how many people Alan works, sometimes maybe I feel sorry for that. But I see he's doing good, so I won't worry. And we heard from Fred. All I'm saying is, give hardware a chance. Reminds me of a song. So, what I'm to add? What should I add to this? I think I can add a lot. I try to bring you from a top view to the bottom view to micromechanics, and then going back to the vision of Bosch on Internet of Things. So when we talk about IoT, again, something that struck me while I was listening to the presentations, we need funding, we need standards, we need systems, we need infrastructure, we need whatever. I think the most important thing we lack today is we need innovation and we need creativity. Things will happen with innovation, with creativity. Reinventing the wearable, reinventing the things we do business to, reinventing the fork, maybe not in the way we've seen it, but that is what finally will bring us to our destination. So, sounds boring, let's flow over that. Very shortly, Bosch, I think you don't need a company introduction, and I will skip the company introduction. I'm just giving you a message, which I will come back afterwards. Where is Bosch active? Mobility solution, industrial technology, energy building technology, consumer good. Why I'm showing these slides? You will say, okay, this is all target to Internet of Things. And you are right. So let's see how we are tackling this. But first, you know, me, Bosch Sensotech, representing MEMS sensors, I'll give you a very simple picture of my understanding of a MEMS sensor. A MEMS stands for micro-electromechanical systems, and the MEMS sensor is a mechanical part. When you look at this small thing, I think this is closer to me, this is in fact a tire pressure sensor invented in 1932 or whatever, I can't read it. It's long ago. It was mechanical, and it was ringing the bell when your tire pressure went down, invented by Bosch. Of course, today we do things different, also invented at Bosch, a MEMS sensor of today, in this case an accelerometer. It's ultra low power. It's 1.2 by 1.5 millimeter in size, so it's a piece of nothing with lots of functionality. And that's how it looks inside, and that's what it's built on. It's built on a simple, today, etching process which everybody uses. But at that time, it was a breakthrough idea. It was the innovation that made all these MEMS, these micro machine sensings possible. So again, what was driving the sensors? It was innovation and creativity. And innovation and creativity might look different throughout the centuries, but we always recognize when real innovation and real creativity is at work. So what happened? So let me come closer. So from 100 years now, let's get closer to 99, when these MEMS sensors were introduced in high scale into the industry. It was the automotive industry that embraced this technology and brought it to high volumes. But this is not the interesting part. The interesting part, what really happened is somewhere 2005. We had 2006, people had some ideas about using MEMS sensors in the consumer electronics. And 2006, the Nintendo Wii was launched, you know, the first game controller with motion interface. 2007, iPhone 1 came to the market, and since then the smartphone market went crazy. This craze settled a bit, but still, something happened in these years, 2003, 4, 5, that really shook up the market. And by the way, the main Bosch competitors from that time, 2005, are not in the consumer MEMS market anymore. So something happened that changed the smartphone world, that changed the supplier world, that changed the whole technology world. So why I'm looking at what happened? Why do I care about that? Because today we are here. That means today something is happening that is going to change the world again. It's going to change the suppliers, it's going to change the customers, it's going to change the way we use our electronic devices, and it's going to change the whole industry. In what terms? So, of course, we have lots of analysts predicting what is this change going to be. At the moment, we all just know it's going to change, and the best companies winning will be the ones that predict what is the direction. I think we're not helpless when we have to do a prediction about the future, because lots of things are very obvious. It's very obvious what is the market pull. Now let me bring you to the top level again. Go away from the microns of sensors, go to the top level. What are the problems of the world? And this is in fact the market pull. This is what we need to change, because not solving these problems will lead to a situation that might not be favorable to humans. So sooner or later we have to change, we have to tackle all these problems: climate change, demography, urbanization, mobility, global distributed value change, and huge population, but everyone wants something individualized. Fred. So, how do we tackle this? This is the market pull. Everyone that's doing market strategy in his company, wherever it is, needs to deal with this. The second is, what is the market push? It's connectivity. Connectivity is not the result of the Internet of Things, but connectivity is the driver. Let's not confuse cause and effect in this case. Connectivity is the driver that's going to change the market. Why? And what does it mean? I'm going to talk about in my later slides. Obvious, we as humans, we are limited. We cannot connect too much. So we need to give connectivity to things. So we generate growth, we generate new markets, but on the other hand, we also solve humanity problems, as you've seen on my first slide, what is market pull. And that is the understanding of Bosch strategy when you read press releases on Bosch switching for a connected world. That is our strategy when we say the 3S, our core of Bosch strategy, means sensors, software, solutions. This might sound very abstract when you look at we're in automotive, we're in white goods, we're in industrial, we're in whatever applications, hydraulic applications, but this is exactly what will drive Bosch. But coming to one of the aspects which I was asked to talk about is smart homes. I know smart homes Charles, was on your chart very low market opportunity, but still, even on that low level, I think most of us companies, including Bosch Sensortech, we will be happy to have a significant share in this billions of market. When I look at the smart homes, and I've seen Computex last year, by the way, last year I talked about smart cities. I will reuse one of the slides. When I look at smart homes, there's one thing that struck me. It's a dilemma. Why? Because I see lots of players, I see lots of solutions, and I don't hardly know somebody that uses something at home. It's similar like nobody raised their hand with the smartwatches. So we're facing a similar situation with smart homes. The roots for the problem are slightly different, but maybe there are some analogies. We can talk on that after beer afterwards, had a beer. So when I look at smart homes, we have necessary tools, must have. If you don't have that, your wife gets angry or whoever, you're lost. You must have a dishwasher and stuff like that, otherwise you're in deep, deep trouble. Then we have climate and comfort. We want to have, of course. It's hot outside, air condition. Charles tells us no cool drinks. At least we have air condition. And it's also good to have. I'm happy to be on travel and know that I have a security system at home. Nobody doubts this. But what usually comes to the smart home are nice to have things, gimmicks. So for people like to play, and most of the smart home solutions today, and lots of them, I don't want to get close to anyone, have the feeling of a gimmick. Oh, I have an app, I can control it from home, nice, good. What does it bring for? Well, it's nice. This is a typical description of a gimmick. And I see it very often. So I also put the blame on all the players, so I'm not blaming anyone on this. And to me, as a person, I would like to have more useful function and less useless interaction. Because lots of the smart home application today I see with lots of interaction, lots of things you need to do, information you get pop-ups, and quite very few useful information because my temperature regulator at home works, whether I see it or not. The thermostat will do the job, whether I have the app on my phone or not. So this is one of the problems with the smart homes, why it's not picking up. And again, I'm not saying the smart home market is not good. I'm just putting the finger on the topics I think today are not well addressed. The other one is the when-if story that you get told when you talk about the smart home. You get told as an end user, when everything is connected, everything will be good, or everything will be better. And the words is, connected is good. So this is what the end user understands, connected is good, and says why? For whom is it good? And if you look at that, till then, spend lots of money and suffer because it's not compatible. So in fact, the end user story, connected is good, doesn't simply work. Not as this. And this is exactly the dilemma smart homes I see today. And this is the topic we address at Bosch, and this is the topic I'm sure you know you will address. So the key finding, and I'm jumping a bit, it's the same slide I used 1 year ago at this stage. The key finding when we talk about Internet of Things, which smart home, wearables, automotive is part of, the key finding is there is no standalone application. Because if it would be a standalone application, it would be something people already have. It would just be a digital replication of a function that people today already have. So it's useless interaction. It's no added value. So whoever designs a system, and this is why I also showed you that first slide, the Bosch divisions, whoever designs a solution in Internet of Things needs to think across the domains. Shouldn't think in mobility, in energy, in smart home, in smart city, or industry only. We have to think that all these industries in the midterm will converge. Automotive will converge with consumer electronics. Industry will converge with consumer electronics and automotive, maybe. Think about 3D printing. So maybe industry gets partially consumerized. And if we do not consider these trends, we will not develop on the right way. So the key finding, smartphone is not a standalone application. And that is, in fact, the explanation why till now smart home applications have not taken off from a philosophical point of view. So what are the solutions? Solution might sound esoteric, but it's not esoteric at all. When you see cross-domain communication and domain-level integration, it's in fact ideas we already seen. Ideas we've seen at Alan, he's dealing with this stuff, and ideas that we will see further on in the Bosch context. So when I say the new world, you know, convergence of industries, the big convergence, it's a cross-domain challenge. Electronically, it's a communication challenge. For IT people, it's a protocol challenge, or whatever. If it's an OT or IT challenge, we don't need to discuss that. The question is rather, how do we connect all these things? That means there is an application domain, which for wearables, where Fred is in, body area network, everything related to mobility, cars, transportation, smart home, smart home. The solution for this at Bosch is sensor nodes. And what's new about this approach? This approach includes the assumption that the sensor will provide all the relevant information. And I'm saying on information, not data. And the difference between information and data is huge. The difference between information and data is you don't need to do the processing, and the difference between information and data is the know-how to process data. So the near future needs to be driven by units that are autonomous sensor, that have a processing capability, maybe in the long term have a decision capability. At today's stage, at today's technology stage, we're happy if the sensor have a communication capability. And these sensor nodes, these atoms of the Internet of Things, or call them maybe the fuel of the Internet of Things or the crude oil of the Internet of Things, these sensors will have different functionalities. And on our way to these functionalities, we need to consider all the things I told you before. We need to consider interconnectivity, we need to consider cross-domain, and we need to consider in the end what users want. But what is this business? So I know we have TSMC representatives in here, we have system integrators business, so people ask us, what is this sensor node business? Is it semiconductor business? No. Is it system integrator business like Alan is doing it? Also no. So this is a new type of business which it's called domain know-how implementation on a sensor level. And this is exactly what Bosch strength is. So Bosch strength is not doing PCBs for automotive, but Bosch is market leader in engine control units, which is PCBs and packaging. The real know-how is the domain know-how, how to integrate the domain in the hardware. And this will be the key success factor. So the near future will be for sensor and system integrators will be integrating the domain know-how. And the semiconductor as such will lose in importance. So how do we get to the domain know-how? But nevertheless, you know, I always say give technology a chance, because at the basis of every domain know-how integration, you need to have a strong technology portfolio. And today, I rather see companies specializing on specific technologies, which in fact is sad, because the Internet of Things or the sensor nodes require a multitude of technologies. So Bosch Sensor Tech is doing the opposite. We diversify our technology portfolio. We go the other way as the industry go, focus on one technology, focus on one component. We diversify our technology portfolio and we focus on domain know-how. This is just an example of it. And how does a product portfolio look like? When I tell you that 6 years ago, all the business was here. Bosch Sensor Tech business was here, even 4 years ago. So 4 years ago, this was the portfolio that was okay to cover 80% of the market. So the analyst will tell you, well, that's the sweet spot. Let everybody go there. And guess what? Everybody went into that. And guess what? The result is, you can read it in the press of the status of the MEMS industry. So this is one-dimensional linear thinking. It will get us nowhere. It will lead us to disaster in the industry. And in the end, it will kill our capability to be innovative because our profits will go down. So what we did, we extended the portfolio. First, we integrate what we have. And second, we add new technologies to what we have. This is our new product line. Integrates environmental sensors, pressure, temperature, humidity, gas. At the moment, we detect volatile organic or compounds, VOC, but we are working on adding different environmental parameters. And what we also integrate, intelligence means processing power plus software. We integrate microcontroller capability and processing capability, but not because we are a processing company, not because we are a microcontroller company, because we need somewhere to run our domain know-how. So again, software is over hardware in this context, or mind over matter in this context. One advertising slide for you, because my colleagues asked me. We are totally underrepresented in MEMS microphones. Given the performance, the quality of our devices, we should have a better market share. So please, everyone, design in Bosch microphones. So this was the advertising break. I made it short, no time for a drink. Key success factor 3. Key success factor 3, system integration capability. And this is, in fact, the biggest challenge to Bosch and to Bosch Sensor Tech. When you read the press announcements of Bosch globally or regionally, you will see the challenge of switching the company from a hardware component company to an IT-driven company. What does it mean for Bosch? Of course, Bosch is a big company, but Bosch is a very small company when you look at IoT. That means on one hand, we need lots of cooperation. And on the other hand, we need to focus on the domains that we are strong. Traditionally, we're coming from the automotive domain. In the last 10 years, we've gotten very strong in the mobile and wearable sensing domain. Technically, we're the market leaders in the wearable and mobile sensing integration. We will have to add smart home, smart industry, robotics to these levels. And requirements go far beyond a semiconductor manufacturer. That's what I say to the classical semiconductor manufacturers: buy. They will stay behind because their business model does not allow to follow this route. To follow this route, first, you need to have the backing of your management. Secondly, you need to have people having the bigger picture in mind, having a long-term sustainable strategy. And this is what you cannot do as a classical semiconductor manufacturer. So again, with the IoT industry, we will see new industry segments coming up, which are beyond the classical component manufacturer, but beyond the classical semiconductor manufacturer. People who will be able to go into these new territories will have a future. People that are not able doesn't mean they have no future, but they simply will stay in a well-delimited perimeter of the industry. Give you one example, what we call a domain level integration. We call this is the wearable environmental domain. And this device measures pressure, temperature, humidity, and VOC in a 3x3 by 1 millimeter package. Imagine this. Why is your watch so big? Probably you have some competitive parts which are very big. So we need to make these things smaller and more power efficient. And total low power, it depends on the duty cycle, is much lower than 1 milliamp. And I have to tell you, when I look at what happened in the industry in the last 10 years, we reduced the power consumption of the classical sensor function by a factor 10. That means the gyroscopes came from 10 milliamps, today are at the range of 1 milliamp, which sounds exciting, but all the wearable guys will tell you, oh my God, 1 milliamp. Do you want to cook rice with your watch? So we need to go to reduce a factor 10 again. And this will not just be technology. We know it cannot just be technology, it needs to be power optimizing on system level. And what do you need for that? Domain know-how. What do you need for that? Hardware, software, co-design. And this is where the Bosch SensorTech strategy closes with the Bosch strategy. We integrate domain know-how by doing hardware, software, co-design. We have the system design. We can guarantee you that our systems are the lowest power, highest performance in the market. On every integration we delivered today, it's very easy for our Marcom, lowest power, smallest size is the standard. Said, how boring, how good. The other thing is addressing the flexibility the market needs. One size doesn't fit anyone today, maybe one person. Alan talked about how strongly the market is fragmented, and you talked about how much customers' demand varies amongst customers. For new markets, volumes are relatively low. We introduce systems that can be programmed. That means our customers can program their sensor. Of course, we deliver all the sensor fusion codes that they can use. All the sensor know-how customers get by us, and they have the chance to develop on the most advanced hardware platform with the best sensor data fusion to add their codes into it, compile it, and design their own project. We know that we depend on that because creativity and innovation is out there, is everywhere. Creativity and innovation is not just in the companies and definitely not just in the big companies. So with this, we consider this as a main enabler. Last slide, coming from the application. The first slide was the turnover slide, segmentation by industries. Now looking at the applications, what is the Bosch strategy? You probably see most of the applications you see here we talked about, and this is also the IoT advantage that Bosch has, because our strategy is to integrate the domain know-how, to use our know-how to make our solutions successful in the market. And with this, I say thank you.
Thank you, Leopold, for your excellent presentation.
Yeah. 0, 0, 0, 0.
We'll now
Points.
take a 10-minute break. The forum will resume in about 10 minutes. The time now is 3:45, so please be back here in the auditorium at 3:55. 现在的时间大约是3:45，我们休息10分钟，请在场所有贵宾于3:55准时回到现场。提醒您，我们休息到3:55。我们同时也提醒您，是不是能够帮我个忙，能够写一下我们这一次大会的问卷？请您以您的智慧手机来扫描您名牌后的 QR code， 就可以来上网为我们填写问卷，并且可以获得精美的小礼物。We would like you to please take a few minutes to fill out the conference questionnaire. You can access the questionnaire by scanning the QR code on the back of your name badge with your smartphone. Your feedback will help us improve the quality of our services. We will break for 10 minutes. The time now is 3:45. We will break until 3:55. 各位贵宾，接下来的议程即将要开始。在开始前，想要提醒您，下一场台积电的演讲，请各位来宾不要录影，并且不要录音。再次提醒您，下一场的演讲，请您不要录影或录音。Before this afternoon's program begins, I would like to remind you that video photography and audio recording are not permitted during the next presentation by Mr. Simon Wang. And ladies and gentlemen, the forum will now resume. The next speaker will be Simon Wang, Senior Director of IoT Business Development, Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC. Simon joined TSMC in 2006 and has been responsible for business development related to memory program, digital consumer, and CMOS image sensor products. Currently, he is responsible for the business development related to the fast-growing Internet of Things market. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Simon Wang. Senior Vice President of SK Telecom, the #1 mobile network operator in South Korea. He's currently responsible for the product marketing and business development of the company's enterprise solution business. The range of the products he oversees encompasses IoT network and platform, big data, cloud services, and smart grid. Please welcome Ian Hu.
Okay, thank you. This is Ian. I'm the last one, right? So that means I don't have any time limit from now on, right? I can talk forever and forever about this IoT, very exciting world. But anyway, I came from SK Telecom, the company who is doing this thing, telecom things. So I mean, previous presidents are coming from research companies, semiconductor companies, sensor companies, system integration, etc. So I'm really happy to share the vision and my thought from the telecom operator's point of view, which is going to be very interesting for you. Before I start, I want to just show one picture here. This is sort of the machine. And you see, maybe some of you understand this, the picture in the right side. It is called the boring machine, which means actually drilling of very precise holes into the automotive engine. And the left side is sort of the device actually putting inside this boring bar. And it is actually calculating the vibration of the boring bar and compensate it by doing some vibration on the top of the tooltips. And it, and signal is communicating to the computers outside, so which is very high-end, advanced machine. And the truth is, this is I made in 20 years ago. When I was working in a university near the Detroit area, this is the project I worked for one of the automotive companies. So the reason why I'm sharing this photograph is, like, this is 1997, and even in 1997, there was same needs that we are asking right now. IoT needs was there at the time, doing something wirelessly, doing something in very precise scale, doing something locally, right? So why now we are suddenly keep talking about IoT, even if I made this type of machines in 20 years ago, is a really big question, right? So today I'm going to talk about why we are talking about IoT, and especially how we can actually make money from this IoT stuff. I mean, the making money from my side means actually pure extra money, not from the traditional way of making money. So I mean, I think you hear about this type of numbers over and over during the conferences. So I don't really want to talk about number itself, but this is really the big number. 2020, we are talking about something like 20, 30, 40, depending on the research agencies, the number of devices connected together. It's really big number given current size of the smartphone connections and M2M connections, etc. And talking about like several hundred billions of the revenue, and total economic value added by IoT is even much more than that. So how this kind of big picture or vision is going to be possible is the big point, right? And this is kind of the, I'm really proud of this type of segmentation that SK Telecom has right now. So we are seeing this IoT market into 4 segments. I mean, very popular MBA type 2x2. I'm sorry about that. This is purely from the telco's point of view, right? The first dimension in the horizontal side is the number of the devices. So there are a lot of number of devices or connections. Many is the right side, and few is the left side. And the vertical side, vertical axis is talking about the size of the data, which is transmitted in every transaction. So obviously, there are a lot of the right and upper corner, a lot of devices, and transaction data amount is high, is the smartphone industry, which we are already enjoying. You know, everybody is making has made a lot of money in smartphones. You know, like telco companies, semiconductor companies, display companies, smartphone manufacturers. They already made a lot of money on that segment, right? So it's already done. That's not new anymore, right? It's done. And left and below side is a appliance area. We called it. So some home appliances like refrigerator, you know, ranges, you know, like washing machines, whatsoever, home utilities. We are talking about numbers much smaller than smartphone or personal devices. And also at the same time, data transaction amount required is not really that big, right? We are not talking about videos, we are not talking about voices, we're just talking about some control signals. And there are two other areas, right? Left and upper corner, we call the much data area. And this is mostly about industrial IoT, self-driving cars, or factory energy management system, things like that. So number is still small. However, the size of the data transaction per utilization is really high, like some gigabyte level, or even some terabyte level in this case. And right below corner, we called it many things area. Environment monitoring, personal monitoring, tracking devices, logistics, freight, all kind of stuff over there. So apparently, from telco's point of view, you know, obviously, you know, the most you know, fascinating segment is the smart devices area, but that segment is already done, right? We already made a lot of money. Everybody made a lot of money. And now, from the telco's point of view, we just prefer either data is really big or connection is really many. So our focus is obviously left upper corner, where data value is really big, and right below corner, where connection is really many. So that's sort of the explanation of the segmentation and our strategies. I talk a lot already about this segmentation, but like some questions, right? For smart devices area, we are asking about, is there any new applications? Because it seems like that segment is sort of saturated, right? Everybody already has a smartphone. Now we are talking a little bit about 5G, but it's gonna take some time to get there. And there are like building smartphone home system, like appliances area. We try to focus on building smartphone ecosystem rather than developing devices. But honestly speaking, that's not really fun area for telco companies. That might be interesting for device manufacturers. And right below corner, we talk about LPWA, you know, long range networks. So building own IoT platform and LPWA network is something we are doing. That's the business I focused on, especially last year. And the right and the left upper corner, much data area is mostly focusing on the data analysis and processing. And leveraging big data crunch capability to address the new market is sort of the strategy that we have. So today, I'm going to talk mostly about left upper corner side, you know, industrial IoT, much data area applications today. Talking a little bit about, you know, many things area too, but, you know, mostly I'm going to talk about that segment, right? Just going to that, you know, much data segment, I just want to talk a little bit about many things segment, because it seems like long range LoRa Sigfox network is sort of the popular topic today, right? So SK Telecom has a IoT network strategy for twofold. The first fold is we are just deploying LTE-M, which is category 1 LTE devices and network. But this is already there because we already have LTE coverage 100% over the country. So that is already there. And plus, now we are deploying at this moment LoRa network throughout the nation. And it took about, it is going to take about 3 months to roll out throughout the country right now. So in this category, our company is obviously the leader in the world at this moment. Is there any clear ROI? I don't have any answer. We just try to, you know, deploy the network first. Hopefully something is coming out later on. So that is happening for that many things segments areas. And still there's a lot of question how to monetize those type of big investments later on. But obviously it is going to depend on development and in hardware device ecosystem side. Okay. So let's talk about data. I mean, this is my really favorite topic. Okay. I I'm going to talk about the value progression of the data from the IoT. Okay, seems like there are 4 steps in data value progression. Number 1, there's the original value of the thing. I mean, the value of the thing itself. Second step, there's a value created by networking. So the thing is connected and there's some new values coming out, right? And we may or we may not make some little bit of money from there. A third step is platform or integrated data. Data aggregation for decision making is something, the third level. And the last step is the mashed up data, which means the data itself is combined with something else and create a new value. So I have a like framework showing and explaining this. The value of the data is progressing from the step number 1 to step number 4. And we can actually make money by progressing those values. I'm going to talk a little bit more about what that exactly means. So this looks like a little bit, mathematical type of stuff. Maybe some of the PhDs over here are very familiar with this type of, graphs, but it's nothing actually, right? So value as individual data. So each dot means a thing, right? So blue means like maybe a lot of, refrigerators. Yellow probably means a lot of temperature sensors, let's say. So value as individual data is just function of everything, right? Just combine each other. So fx1, fx2, fx3, just combine each other by adding each other, combining, sorry about that. And the next level is value as integrated data. We actually aggregate a lot of things together and analyze the data together. So all the refrigerators or all the temperature sensors, data came together and combined together and doing something, right? That's the second layer value. And value as mashed up data is like we actually mashed up all the data, temperature data and refrigerator data together and try to push out some of the new value from there, right? So there are 3 steps. And the truth is, I'm 100% sure about this. The truth is the value of these activities are growing exponentially as we're going through this value progression. I'm going to talk a little bit more about actual examples, right? So people are talking about these AMI devices, automatic battery instrument, which is basically replacing the electricity meters in your home to wireless-based one. So the value as individual data is very simple. We basically just replacing the labels to wireless, terminals. So we can just reduce the labor cost to visit, and maybe end users can monitor the meter reading whenever and wherever possible from the smartphone. And the service provider, the third thing is actually very important in real business. The service provider can stop supplying right away when there's a payment overdue. So that is actually number 3 is, believe it or not, very important actually in this application. And second layer, value as integrated data. We can combine and monitoring the electricity usage of an area or city or country even, and matching the demand and supply. And we call this smart grid, right? The value is obviously much more than that. And value as mashed up data, we can actually cross-analysis with other diverse data sets such as climate, traffic, moving population. And by doing this, we can do real estate planning. We can do accurate prediction of the electricity usages. A lot of things can happen from there. A lot of money, right? Even more stupid, actually, examples here. There's a company to put a very simple sensors on the door. So when the door is closes, signal is 1. When the door is open, signal is 0. So 2 bytes per day or per hour. I'm very familiar with talking about 2 gigabytes per second, but in this application, we are talking about 2 bytes per hour, 2 bytes per 2 hours. Very, very slow, simple, stupid operations. So the value as individual data from that IoT sensor is simply sensing open and closed and sending signals and planning the frequency of the consumable exchanges and cleaning. Like, for example, in the restroom, a cleaning lady can check out when is the timing to, replace the, tissues, for example, right? Very, very simple usages. Value as integrated data. If somebody is actually putting in this type of sensors to all the rooms in one big buildings, then monitoring the time series data of total building space and saving the data to a platform, then he can do things like, estimation of the moving population by area and establish the space utilization plan, repositioning of the surveillance system, a lot of different decision makings can happen. And if you do it a machine of data, cross analysis with simulate with adjacent buildings or population moving, a lot of different data, obviously we can use it for commercial purposes. Very different story. And this is something I worked in last six months actually. I worked with a semiconductor company. So it's kind of funny to say that telco guys like me worked with semiconductor company to improve something. I'm really proud of that, but anyway, this is what happens, right? Value as individual data is simply monitoring the state of the equipment, a very expensive equipment, operating status, throughput, quality, indices, etc. And if something happens on that machine, we can do quick response with an equipment fault and calibration to ramp up the yield. I mean, very simple stuff. And if you combine all the data together, which is all about 1,000 equipments, and you can do real-time operation of the data and root cause identification when an abnormal situation happens, and history analysis to prevent the similar abnormal situation further. So value is much, much more than that. And if you combine that data with other data such as like demand forecast data and chip level test data, obviously we can do much more than that, the previous situation. I haven't getting to the third level yet. I went to the second level at this moment, but I have a clear plan to get to the third level from now on. I'm corporate employee, so I have to talk about my company a little bit anyway, right? So not talking about just the theories and practices. I mean, SK Telecom is like #1 telco provider in South Korea. We have about 27 million subscribers at this moment, and I'm from the enterprise side, so the number of consumers, end users doing this is not my business. I'm purely focusing on the enterprise business. And we are very proud that we have always been the leader in the new technologies. When the first LTE came out, when the first 3G came out, when the first WCDA came out, we are pretty much the first mover in the world to deploy those type of network throughout the country. So we have a history and DNA of the innovation in ourselves. And our SK Telecom, I mean, I think the other telco companies have similar situation. And after the smartphone, then after everybody has virtually all the smartphone, we are actually suffering from the lack of growth nowadays. I mean, this is kind of true to most of the wireless carriers at this moment. To find the growth, we actually try to become a platform company, and there are 3 platforms inside us. One is the IoT platforms, the other one is media platform, and third one is lifestyle platform, and I'm working on the IoT platform at this moment. And the basic disruptive technology behind is big data, and connectivity, and intelligence, 3 things. And those 3 technologies, I mean, most of the things already covered today in today's presentation. Intelligence-wise, there are a lot of disruption at this moment. In the old days, I mean, old days means a few years ago, obviously. Sorry about that. I mean, artificial intelligence, all we talk about rule-based engines, right? But now it is changed to just data-based machine learning stuff. Which means even if somebody doesn't know anything about the business, he can do something. He can actually make an algorithm as far as he can find or she can find enough set of the data. I mean, that is sort of the truth nowadays. And cheap network cost is obviously another stuff. Nowadays, we can find sensors under $10 very, very easily. Network cost for IoT is like $2 per month. It's very, very cheap. It doesn't really help us out to make more money, the connectivity itself. And big data is another important stuff. Computation power is increasing very, very seriously. So nowadays, we can actually do a lot of data crunching, which was not really possible in old days. Okay. Let me just get back to this. Smart manufacturing. The charts just talk about the manufacturing side has a lot of money, right? I fully agree with that, actually. For IoT, #1 application area is smart manufacturing. Whatever it's called in Industry 4.0, smart manufacturing, smart factory, whatsoever, there's the money, obviously. And this is one of the research papers, I just took it. Key technologies for smart manufacturing. From the top, there's like the most important key technologies from the to the bottom. There are things like mobile tech apps, big data analytics, robotics, IoT, etc., etc. And fortunately, or by coincidence, telco companies have a lot of capability there. I mean, we are pretty good at mobile tech apps, big data analysis. Crunching the data is obviously our day and night job. The SK Telecom is now crunching 270 terabytes of the data in every day, right now. And IoT, cloud platforms, RFID, those things, we already have a lot of technology and capability. That's why even I'm from the telco side, we are actually moving on to the industrial IoT side at this moment. I'm going to just share a very quick case studies we have done in semiconductor industry, okay? There are a lot of challenges in semiconductor industry. There are a lot of fab data, trace data, response data, source data, quality, event, a lot of application, on and on and on and on. And now we are talking about semiconductor equipment, which costs like $100 million or several billion dollars. It is very, very precious actually asset. And the difficulties they are facing is simply too many data are coming out from each equipment right now. It's really, 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 really many data. So it is impossible to using a relational database model with schemaless or semi-structured data from each equipment, and there's redundancies. Cost of the database is just increasing exponentially, so paying a lot of money to companies like Oracle, DB2, Greenplum. Latency of the analytics, cannot analyze long-term historical data, blah, blah, blah. So even if this is regarded as the most advanced manufacturing industry, there are a lot of problems in big data analysis. So it looks like this, from the supplier, front-end processes, back-end processes, all the way to the customers. I mean, every equipment has a lot of data, and they have a lot of sensors. Everything is already wired. Simply, there's no technology to crunch and analyze those big, diverse, different format data, right? So I decided, hey, this is the business opportunity. We have to get to apply our data technologies coming out of the telco industry to semiconductor industry over here. And we developed a solution called Metatron. I mean, Metatron is sort of the like from the myth, an animal with like 1,000 eyes, right? So this solution is coming like has components such as automatic data collector and pattern detectors, and it is along with the big data storage and sub-second processing engines inside that big data storages. And there's an advanced analytics function like DNN, etc., and visualization module. So there's, I mean, solution, a pretty simple solution actually, right? And some of the like examples, right? We improved the performance and management. So in old days, all the data goes to the individual systems and analyzed separately, right? There's no way to analyze, combine those data together. And using our solution, we can actually improve the cost to 10 times. So it used to be 6 hours to check out some of the data from the huge data pool. Now it is possible in 4 minutes. And this is like maybe much more familiar to Simon from TSMC, so you are very excited about this semiconductor pictures, obviously. So like, we made it possible to analyze bitmap of the chips, okay? So in old days, ingestion time was like, ingestion time right now is we can analyze 20 million rows in 10 seconds. So 20 million rows of the data is coming to the analysis machine, and we can crunch it in 10 seconds. And visualization in each dot, image-wise, we can actually analyze 27 billion dots in 30 seconds, and it was actually impossible in old days, right? Tremendous value, actually. Okay. Fault detection and classification in real time. So, I mean, picture is not that much important, but analysis is like machine learning on distributed system to classify data patterns, whether the actual production status is good or bad. And then we actually analyze about 800,000 parameters, 800,000, not 800, right? and we actually checking out more than 1,600 machines. And now fault detection is happening in real time. Tremendous achievement, actually. And fortunately, even if I'm talking about semiconductor, the data technology inside or IoT technology inside is exactly the same as the technology we are using to handle these smartphone users. Okay. So, and this is final comment. I mean, traditional data analysis looks like this. We knew what to analyze for what. That is traditional data analysis. I mean, I'm a big golfer fan. I'm analyzing driving distance versus fairway hitting ratio. And it is obviously, if somebody hit it further, obviously accuracy is low. So you can showing the disproportional relation each other. And I'm trying to pick up, hey, who is going to be the winner of the next match? And obviously the guy who is actually far from this trend is the winner, right? Likely the winner. So in this case, I know what to analyze. I know what to data pick up. I just run the machines based on my already, assumptions, right? However, in IoT era, there's just so much data, so much diverse data, and each of them are very different. And this is my favorite examples by the company in Silicon Valley called ISD. And the data scientist who doesn't know much about the basketball, obviously, just analyzing all the moving data of the NBA players. And he just pushed the data into the huge machine and tried to see there will be any correlations possible coming out. And he figured out actual NBA players' position is divided, it categorized into 9 different areas, not traditional 5. So this is coming out just from the data. He didn't know much about NBA whatsoever. And this result showing actual position has to be called defensive ball handler, two-way all-stars, three-point ball handlers. So each one has different characteristics. Huge, actually, discoveries, because this is just coming out of just from the video footages and putting to the machine, right? I mean, in the old days, like MBA coaches, head coaches who worked on this business like 40 years may know from his experiences. However, now just from the data, this type of insight came out. Okay, so today I just want to share Telco's point of view. IoT value, we really believe the real value lies in the data. I mean, as a communication company, we first thought about monetizing the money from the connectivity itself. However, we figured out that does not really justify our investment, right, to build the connection. So we try to build and we try to find the actual real value of the IoT, and we thought about it, and we ended up to the conclusion that actual value is on the data. And that's why we try to put a lot of money on the research and development of the data technologies and try to find application areas and solution for different industrial verticals. And obviously, since we are telco companies, we may have the technologies. However, we don't have any partners to actually go to market to the wider industries from now here. So that's why one of the reasons I visit this Taipei and try to meet a lot of potential partners who can actually build a business together in this IoT business. Okay, thank you for hearing.
Thank you, Ian, for joining us this afternoon. And we have heard 6 excellent presentations about IoT applications this afternoon. Charles Anderson talked about IoT in Asia and what's hot and what's not. Ellen Yang shed light on the ultimate possibilities in industrial IoT. Fred Check gave an eye-opening presentation on creating customized wearable tech. Leopold Beer provided insights on IoT sensor solutions. Simon Wan addressed topics related to the integration of technologies to enable IoT. And lastly, Ian Hu talked about IoT for manufacturing through big data and complex analysis. And now is the moment that we've all been waiting for, the panel discussion. So please help me welcome the panelists as they take their seats on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Ellen Yang, CTO, Advantech. Fred Check, founding partner, Blocks Wearables. Leopold Beer, Regional President, Asia Pacific, Bosch Sensor Tech. Simon Wang, Senior Director of IoT Business Development, TSMC. Ian Hu, Division Head and SVP, Enterprise Solution Business Division, SK Telecom. Last but not least, please welcome the moderator of the panel discussion, Charles Anderson, VP, Head of Mobility and IoT, IDC Asia Pacific.
No, I think everyone just
Gentlemen, please be seated.
We're going to do a standing one today. Okay. Thank you very much for making it through a long day. We're going to end with some excitement now because we're going to go through a panel discussion to talk about some of the topics from today. And there's a few things I'm going to be covering off, but I thought we'd actually go to wearables first because a few people brought up the comment. A lot of people don't like it when I poke fun at wearables. And the thing is, I do believe in wearables. I just think that it's sort of, we're going about it the wrong way and we don't put enough value and applications on these devices, but it's difficult because it's a small form factor. So we'll start off with Fred, and I'll just ask you, like, about the wearables market. First of all, do you think it'll take off more in the consumer side, or do you think it will eventually go to the enterprise side? And then if anybody else has any comments on that as well, because I'm sure Bosch is going to have some views on it as well.
Okay. First of all, we all love you, Charles, and we actually agree with a lot of the things you just said. So we believe on the enterprise side and the consumer side, from our position as blocks, we think we can merge them because we are looking at two separate markets that require different device and resources to tackle. But like, for example, with a device like this, a modular device, you can have enterprise solutions and consumer solutions on the same platform. Just like with mobile phones, it's replacing a lot of the business solutions at the moment. Like there are a lot of things we need special service before. Now it's just a simple app. So on our position, we think these two areas can merge together. But just let's take blocks out, and we are not talking about an amazing solution like this. Just in general, we believe, just in terms of market size, enterprise will be much bigger than consumer markets because the consumer market players are not doing it right. And enterprise, because we are looking at solution problems and solutions, and the potential is huge. And we are also going to tap onto that market.
Okay, very good. Any other thoughts on the wearable market here?
I have an interesting example to share. Actually, I have a colleague just came from USA, from a blue chip company. The company actually give each employee before a Fitbit. Okay, and now they start to give them actually Apple Watch. Later on, it will give them a block, okay, wearables. From the insurance companies, okay, so the insurance companies actually deliver those wearables to the employees, and then they have incentives, right? So of course you need to register, you need to do exercise, and then you need to upload your data to the website. If you meet certain criteria, then they give you some kind of incentive back. Okay, I believe the insurance companies, in terms of enterprise, they actually will make more money, right, by making the employee, the company employee, exercising more through this wearable devices. So that I think that's quite maybe popular already in some of the industries, in the insurance industries.
I think the usage-based pricing one's interesting. So it came out a couple of years ago when some very large corporates started giving the devices out. And the rationale is they wanted to be able to go back to the insurance companies and say, my employees exercise more than average, so I want a lower insurance rate. So that's how this battle's been going on. And the insurance companies have caught on, but I think there's an ulterior motive there. If you say you're going to give usage-based insurance off of your Fitband or Fitbit or whatever it is, based on how much you exercise, the first thing you're going to do is eliminate those people who don't exercise. You're automatically going to get people who do exercise. If I'm overweight and eat McDonald's every single meal and I don't exercise, I'm probably not going to go for that one. So, Leopold?
Yeah. So I would like to add another dimension to this discussion besides end users and professional use, let's look at what didn't happen in the range of wearables. If we talk about wearables, you've seen in my slide, I talk about the body area network. And I'm not just focusing on a smartwatch. The smartwatch is the beginning. It wasn't a very impressive beginning, but I strongly believe in this market. I see wearables everywhere, on wrists, in our glasses, in earbuds, in our shoes, so it's much more accurate step counter if it's on your shoe. So if we think that further on, first, the volume of wearables will grow, definitively. But we have to do homework. So I'm always the homework guy. So the homework is definitively, for all components, reduce the power. The main reason why smartwatches today are not a success, from my experience, is 6-8 hours operating time, charging constantly. It never works when you need the watch. So that's not acceptable. And one example, we managed to reduce power consumption for gyroscopes, for instance, from 10 to 1 milliamp. Not enough. We need to go to 100 microamps. And this is happening now in the industry. And as I said, it's not just technology-driven anymore. Now it's system-driven. But when we're there, we get another factor 10 power reduction, means your smartwatch will work for 1 week without charging. Then it's a totally different value proposition. And when you have your earbuds that will work probably for days without charging, then I think it's a very interesting thing. And with this, I'm very bullish on the wearable technology and the business as such.
Okay. I'm just want to adding another dimension, connectivity dimension, because I'm from the connectivity company, right? I think the best, IoT device in old days is the old, Kindle, from the Amazon, right? It is connected to the AT&T network, but no one cares. If just buy the device, turn on the device, it is on the net. No one cares about building, connections whatsoever. That is really, really good user experiences, right? So to be successful for wearable, regardless of smartwatches or sensors or location trackers whatsoever, it has to be automatic connectivity to somewhere. If you try to wrestle with your smartphone, Wi-Fi sensors whatsoever, user experience was not there. Okay.
Okay.
I would just like to add that technology actually is a meaning to come out with, to derive some value out of some sort of business process or personal usage scenario. So we definitely do not use IoT do not treat IoT as the end objective. All right. So while we are thinking about what could IoT possibly enable, we have to think about what problem it solves, what value it delivers that is of interest to your targeted customer. So I think what Simon mentioned in his scenario, the company giving out Apple Watch, there is actually a business objective, which is to cut down the insurance premium for the company. And giving out Apple Watch is one among several possible options to do that. So IoT is just, again, now the latest technology option when combined with the machine learning, data analytics. There are indeed a lot of new possibilities being opened up through this combination of several different schools of technology. But at the end, you got to deliver value that can convince your target customer to pay for it. That's the upfront consideration that you have to think about. Then come back to what technology you use.
I think I think the audience here is a bit spoiled today, because what we end up having is some of the leading companies in this space. Advantech was probably the first one I'd seen rebrand itself as an IoT enabler type company a few years back. Blox is on cutting edge of putting a wearable together. Bosch has always been at the forefront. TSMC on the chip side, and SKTs. I'm ex-Vodafone and O2 and Telefonica, and I always say you're the benchmark. So, and I come from two of the bigger ones. So we see it from our side, but in reality, what we're looking at, I think we're pushing things, the boundaries forward, but as an industry as a whole, it's probably not this great. There's a lot of things holding it back. So what do you think is missing in the industry that'll enable IoT to deliver more value, whether it's in the enterprise or to the consumer or to the citizen? Okay, Alan?
Well, thanks for Charles' comment that Advantech rebranded ourselves into an IoT company. But as I said, we have been doing productivity enhancement solutions or technology in the past 30 years, just so that the evolution of technology enabled at a different period of time comes at a different form. At this very moment is IoT combined with cloud computing and data analytics. Why we are hearing so much about IoT, and yet if we turn around, doesn't seem to be that much of it. And first of all, I think for the personal side or the smartphone side, the technology as of today is good enough to put together a very good smartphone, Apple Android phone. The technology are good enough to convince consumer to pay for it, all right? But if we move forward with more restrictive technology, with more restrictive physical requirement on the smartwatch kind of form factor, the battery is much smaller. As a result, with the energy technology today, you have to charge it every night, right? And it can only do so much of it, the notification and not much else. But indeed, if TSMC push the technology envelope forward, cut down the power consumption by to 1/10, the possibility open up there then may offer a totally different scenario. That's on the consumer side. However, on the enterprise side, we're seeing actually more and more evolution, not revolution, evolution at the infrastructure side. And if you look around, actually, say in Taipei, we are already enjoying service of U-Bike. Advantech participate in that project as well. That give a lot of the commuters short distance transportation option that is quite healthy as well. Advantech also participate in the intelligent bus project. Now with an app on your cell phone, you can know at every stop when the next bus will come. That actually cut down the unnecessary waiting time when you decide to either hail a taxi or jump on the next bus, which may come 2 minutes later. Right, and I also mentioned we participate in the ETC project. And quite a lot of the project that we implemented in the factory, our consumer don't see that. That's the infrastructure project that I think Charles has shown a picture of the iceberg. All right, so on the enterprise side, things are happening. It's just that for our day-to-day life, we don't reach out and dig into the what's going on in the factory or what's going on in the hospital, unless your personal experience interact with that. All right, so the technology actually is enabling more and more possibilities, both on the industrial scenario as well as on the personal scenario. We are going to see a lot of new things coming out, and definitely IoT is the next big thing, that's for sure. Even though we don't feel it that much yet, but it's for sure will come. And it's part of it is actually already here.
And when I hear we are saying that, oh, IoT seems to be a lot of hype and not a lot of things is happening, or maybe it's not as going as huge as people expect. I think one immediate thing we are is coming from is there are no one huge company making a really, really lucrative income or earning a lot of money by doing IoT alone or doing a specific area. But like if we don't look at how one big corporations can capture the whole market, we look at how there are a lot of people, individuals, smaller companies, trying to come up with different solutions. And if we look around, like our cities, like we just mentioned, the U-Bike, the smart bus, we look at how the IoT system is enhancing our life. I think it is happening. And if we go back to like how we can make money out of it, I believe part of the IoT ecosystem eventually will consolidate when we see where is the like most lucrative area. But in general, I'm more concerned how IoT is going to change our life and going to make it better. And it might be for a very long time, it will still be small players, because there's, the things with IoT is so scattered. There's so many areas IoT, this really grand title can apply it. But moving forward, once the certain areas consolidate, people can make a good margin on it, but there are also a lot of areas. It can change our life, probably not becoming the next Google big corporations, but it will still change our life in a lot of different ways.
Maybe aligned with what you said before, I think it's the iceberg model. We don't see lots of things that are currently prepared, and that will come up in a short time. Okay, it's back. So, yeah, not ours for sure. It's reliable till the end. So, there's lots of things coming that will surface soon. That's one of the things. The second thing about the concern is there's also a skepticism in some societies about the big data thing. And we as an industry, we need to grow the trust of the users in the IoT. And it's trust. It's nothing else. What makes you cut all the synchronizing features on your phone is mistrust with so many app suppliers that you don't know. So the Bosch approach is, that's one of the main reasons why we implemented the Bosch Cloud, because we want to establish this as a trusted platform. You know where the data are, you know who's handling the data, and you trust. I think trust is a major component of the big data game. And the third aspect, why we are not progressing faster in the IoT is, there's no company big enough to do something alone. So I think we all need to have a change of mindset. We need to go more in a cooperative mindset, and this is hard for all of us me also, most of my corporate life, I was used to do your business, be aggressive, keep everyone out, you know, be strong, competitive. And now we need to say, if we don't cooperate, we will go nowhere. And this change of mindset, even for us, it's probably hard. It's hard for lots of people, but necessary.
Just recently, Google CEO talked about we're transforming from mobile first to AI first. So artificial intelligence. So actually this IoT, this I, really must have a lot of intelligence. Now, and just use a recent example of the AlphaGo, right? I mean, beating this Lee Sendo. I mean, of course, 4-1. You know, with a computer, of course, the AlphaGo, I understand, with using about 1,500 CPUs, okay? This is today's technology, 1,500 CPUs. Now, with the Moore's Law technology that we are developing along with our customers, the processor CPUs, I mean, several years later, you can imagine a CPU can perform, you know, almost as powerful as an AlphaGo, okay? So the computing capability, the thinking capability, of course, need to come with a lot of memories provided to that CPU. It's very powerful. So that kind of intelligence enabling the machines, okay? So each machine have that kind of a CPU become a very, very intelligent, okay? So that's a kind of a basis to really bring the functions and then the services, applications in the future to the IoT. So that I think, you know, agree, of course. I mean, you know, that will come, but of course, how do we utilize those power, right? I mean, we are developing the computing power, and as I mentioned, we are also developing extremely low power solutions, you know, in terms of a digital power, analog power, and also radio power. I mean, you know, we're reducing the power of all those computing and also connectivities. So that solution will come in a few years. Now, you know, it's really up to the component makers and then the system makers to embrace those upcoming technology roadmap, and then think about how to incorporate those values into their systems and then solutions. So I think it's coming into play. It's a convergence of technology. That's why I call it the integration of technology, innovation of technology, going to drive this IoT.
I think one thing on this, like if you look at the IoT ecosystem that I presented earlier, all those components exist today. We have all the individual technologies. So what's missing is being able to work together and bring them together, and people who understand how these different components fit, and that if you have one piece of it, it's not a solution, it's just a component of the larger puzzle. So I think what that means is there's a real challenge around, collaboration and partnerships in this. So I'd be interested to hear what your companies or what your strategies are around this to build more collaboration and bring together like all the different types of companies into a single ecosystem. So Ian, why don't I start with you on that one?
Okay. I mean, the previous question, it is related actually. Before I joined this SK Telecom, I was working in a semiconductor company, and I mean my bosses, which means actually CEOs of that semiconductor company, and my current CEO in SK Telecom kept asking same questions to me about IoT. What is the killer applications? What is the killer application? They just kept asking me like about 2 years actually. Now I have an answer. There's no killer application. That's my answer actually. It is related to all the things that you talked about, right? IoT is just a collection of the very, very diverse, different, I don't know what is actually possible or not possible, but there are so many usage points. But each usage is probably not big enough for companies like SK Telecom to actually build one separate businesses. So there was a really problem to think about what is going to be the killer application in IoT, and that question itself seems like wrong actually. So which means now we have to get to the ecosystem approaches rather than one company is doing from the A to Z and make huge money actually, right? So I think one of the things that I have to believe is there should be some clear business models around. I mean, as a telco companies, I have a range of the businesses, machine-to-machine businesses. For example, there's like location tracker business. Sensor cost is probably $10, $15. I mean, we have to use the alkaline battery rather than lithium because of the price. And it's simply just checking out the location of the bicycles or your handbags, etc. Very simple one. We are applying the same technologies to, for example, heavy equipment monitoring, like poke lanes, excavators. They can actually monitor the status of the heavy equipments and try to do preventive maintenance, etc. But from the connectivity point of view, I mean, connectivity is the same. Either we are talking about trackers, heavy equipments, connectivity is definitely the same. So we have to actually find a business model to justify our effort to address this one simple location tracker versus this heavy industry predictive maintenance stuff, right? If you just try to put the monies or pay the money based on the connection itself, there's no business model there. There should be some way how to share the revenues, and that's the big challenges that we are facing from now on.
So I have to say a little bit because this is what we do. Making people work together, make everything easier is what we are trying. So there's so many sensors, hardware, different things that can come together, but it's really hard to help people work together. And what they need is a platform like ours. So like we have done all the hard work. So other people can just put the same sensors or ideas into our platform and they will work together. And it's very similar to applications on our smartphones. Like if someone asks, what is the killer app on a smartphone? No, smartphones have millions of apps and there are many, many thousands of successful companies and so-called killer apps. So what we are trying to do is IoT is everything. It's just like, applications, what does it do? It does everything. And we need to build better platforms or service or support to a huge group of developer community so everybody can work together on something and make it better. So it's really about building a developer community and give them the tools, service, and platforms to easily work together, just like what we are working on iOS, Android nowadays. I think this is a very similar situation.
Okay, so we'll change tack a little bit now. And let's sort of look out at it this way for the audience. Say someone in the audience was either at an enterprise or a startup and they wanted to actually look at IoT. Are there any learnings that you can pass on of what you've learned over the years as this industry has evolved, like things they should look out for, whether it's warnings or opportunities that you see or things you wish you had done differently? So any advice for anyone in the audience if they're looking at IoT right now?
Still not, it's a little bit early to say, but the clear trend that I'm seeing for the last 2 years is that IoT market is moving from the consumer side to industry or enterprise side. I mean, that is probably, many of us are probably agree on it, right? But the characteristics of the market, consumer side market and enterprise market is very, very different. In consumer market, we just make one nice, simple, sexy looking devices, doing very, very serious heavy marketing, putting some money on the channels, and see whether the device is going to fly or not, right? That is the formula for consumer market. For enterprise market, every company is asking different stuff. There's always a need for customization. There's always a need to justify or modify your products based on their needs. So I think the most important, the value for IoT is, I mean, given all the value chains, is probably not on the semiconductor, not on the connectivity, not on the sensor side, but probably on the side of the design, the service itself, and implementation. And that is the area that big companies cannot do it right away, right? Big companies cannot really hire so many people for so many different reasons, right? So I believe for startups, there will be a lot of different, various business opportunities for enterprise size if you can find a problem to tackle. And I believe there are a lot of different problems exist in especially traditional industries such as like semiconductor or oils, petroleum, chemicals, a lot of different industries.
Well, my advice, of course, if you have any component, make sure that component is made by TSMC, right? To be able to really make IoT successful. No kidding, of course. I mean, we deliver the most leading edge solutions for the IoT. But I think one of the areas that it should create a lot of value should be in the healthcare area. Okay. Certainly, I mean, we are silicon maker, and then our customer are component maker. The real service coming from the medical service, healthcare service, from what kind of it's from the data, that can analyze each person and then provide the right medical advices, right? I mean, online doctors, things like that. Okay, so that's on the top level, but on the technology and the device level, there are quite a bit of a new biosensor technology being developed, okay, including DNA sequencing, right? I mean, MEMS is used for DNA sequencing. So it's possible that the DNA sequencing can be a very, very low cost. It's affordable on a household use, okay? You can imagine in the future, I mean, doctor talked to me, in the future, a baby born, right? As a baby is born, from the day he's born, all the way through, he may not die, because in the future the technology is so good, So he's born, and then all the data, right? All the data digitized, all his personal data, including DNA sequence data, all recorded, right? Uploaded through your telecom systems, and then through the doctor, medical treatment. So the lifetime health data is stored, okay? And so then the treatment to this person in the future, I believe, will be much better. Okay, and certainly across hospitals, how those data can be shared. We run into another challenge is how the standard, how people privacies, and then across different hospitals, across different countries, how those data is willing to be shared. But if we can demonstrate a powerful value in terms of healthcare, we all grow old and now all become older, rich people who can really afford. I mean, if you're willing to spend $700 every 2 years to buy a phone, a phone, won't you spend $500 to buy a very nice block wearables that can give you a lot of healthcare, medical type of informations? I think the answer should be yes. Okay. So I want
to be less than that.
I want to add one quick thing to this, and then we'll go to you. So on this, now you're talking about this future healthcare world where we can share all this data. Technically, we can do all this today. So how many years is it going to be before we're ready as people or humans or citizens or employees to do this? So any thoughts? I mean, is this something that's going to be in 5 years, 20 years, or not in our lifetime?
I don't know. Sounds scary. So I'd rather give another advice than sequence your DNA and distribute it to everyone. My advice to startups would be don't bet on the short run. So be prepared to do something substantial, because our world is so fast. Lots of startups I see bet on a short and heavy success. Of course, there's a likeliness that this happens, but the probability is very low. And I think startup doesn't mean taking endless risks. You take a lower risk if you have a substantial idea, you base it on a substantial offer, like I judge your approach, and then the probability you're successful is much higher. So don't bet on the short, fast win, bet on the long term, and then most likely it will go well.
I'm a startup, so I'm really grateful listening to all this advice, and I'm hoping to listen to all the rest, and I take it in.
Well, personally, I think this is another golden days for startups because the technology enables so many possibilities. However, though, I fully agree with Ian saying that the IoT, at least in the next 5 years, it seems like the main activity where you can get value out will be the industrial scenarios. But there is a challenge that because our personal experience, usually you don't get to know the domain know-how of that particular industrial vertical. So be mindful that industriality is a cross-disciplines game. You need to know many different things before you can come up with an integrated solution that is competitive. So be able to collaborate with a lot of different lines of professionals, be able to align with many different value propositions to shape or position your team in alliances that will increase your chance of success. And along this direction, you may consider Advantex. We have set up a corporate investment arm, and we also have set up an accelerator specifically for startups interested in doing industry IoT. We will take care of the logistics side and the channel side of it, and so that the team can just focus on the technology and the solution side. Right. So again, I think the next 5 years, the main game will be industrial scenarios, and fully encourage startup to look deeper into how to add value or solve some problems in certain vertical applications. There are many chances.
Okay. And I'll add one final thing to this, which is if you're creating a technology, or make sure you focus on the problem that you're solving, not on just the technical side of it. So, but on that note, we've now exceeded our time, and congratulations to the audience. You've made it through an entire afternoon with us. And if everyone could please join me in giving a round of applause to the fellow panelists.
Thank you, Charles, very much for moderating the panel discussion. And our most sincere thanks once again go to Alan Yang, Fred Check, Leopold Beer, Simon Wan, and Ian Hu. Let us have another warm round of applause for all the participants of the panel discussion. And with that, we conclude this afternoon's program. You may now return to your seat. 各位观众，在场的所有贵宾，我们今天的议程到此正式的圆满落幕。再次的感谢各位贵宾今天的热情与会。We're going to call it a day, and ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for gracing us with your presence. Once again, please fill out the online questionnaire by scanning the QR code on your name badge. With that, we conclude the CPX conference. Thank you for joining us this afternoon, and we wish you a fruitful participation during the Computex show period. 今天下午的议程到此圆满落幕。 我们再次提醒在场所有贵宾，以您的手机扫描 QR code 上网填写问卷，就能够兑换我们为您准备的小礼物。今天的议程到此圆满落幕，再次感谢在场所有贵宾热情的与会，谢谢大家。